evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to know how much I appreciate the fact that you're here. We're looking forward to hearing from you, and hope that you've got ideas and suggestions to give us, and even verbiage, if you've got it, in how we can work together to make this better. We'll have, everyone will be given 3 minutes to testify. I'm not going to be immediately hammering on my desk. If you're not completed when you reach the 3 minutes, but what I'm going to ask you to do is to please quickly summarize when we get to the 3 minutes. I made it around and met an awful lot of you, and a number of them said it wouldn't take them 3 minutes to say what they wanted to say. So we'll work our way through it. And what I am asking of my fellow assembly members is we're here tonight to give these individuals the opportunities to testify and give us their feelings and emotions involved in this. And I'm going to ask that we not burn up time and leave the time for them. By that, I'm not saying if you've got a very pointed, pertinent question, I certainly, respect that those questions be asked, but I'm asking that you please, respectfully asking you that you please not ask that I allow individuals to continue testifying, because I've heard a rumor, I'm not sure, but there's a lot more people here than are sitting in this room. Oh, and by the way, at 6:30, we will be able to seat people in the Wilda Marston Theater. UAA had that facility reserved for testing, and they'll be finishing up. And at that point, as soon as they're out, we're going to open it up, and this will be projected on the screen with full sound in there. So in the meantime, I apologize for any inconvenience. But with that, we're ready for...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
Did we already calendar a meeting for next Tuesday? Is that what I...
I have reserved space for, will be up to 15 hours of testimony. We got 5 hours tonight. I've got 5 hours reserved next Tuesday and 5 hours the following Wednesday, if that's needed. So we want to give everyone an opportunity to speak.
Mr. Chairman.
And on one of those nights, I don't know exactly what the sequence is regards to the Wilda Marston, but we're trying to get that as often as we can, but not, we will have television monitors in the lobby for those that are out there. So with that, we will begin.
Mr. Chairman, question for you.
Yes, sir.
Screen, I'm plugged into it, or maybe it's not working. If the result of this is an S version that comes forward, are we going to allow the public to testify on the S version? Because I've heard that there are some changes. But if the changes manifestly alter this document, are we going to let the public testify on those changes? Yes or no?
No, we will not be testifying on those. We will handle this ordinance as we handle every ordinance.
So we're asking them to testify on a closed book. They haven't even seen the changes yet.
What we are doing is we are asking them to testify on 3.70 as presented, identifying issues and problems that they have with it that we will be dealing with in amendments. We will be doing a work session on the 8th with the S version. Mr. Trini, as well, it's illogical that we would be able to have that version now before we've even heard the concerns of our constituents. So
my concern is it's going to be so manifestly different that we will need to have another public hearing on the S version. That's your choice, Mr. Chairman, and we'll do that through the parliamentary procedure when we get to that point, sir.
Yes, I've shared that, and what we know at that point in time, as we did with Title 21, once we got to that point and the testimony was closed, at that point you work with individual assembly members if you've got amendments to be made, and as you know, we ended up making a lot of those through that process. So with that, Ms. Eleanor, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Eleanor, I'm sorry. I got caught up in mine. I need to do a real quick roll call, and I would like to do the pledge as well. So, Mr. Trini, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Glad to, sir.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, take the roll, please.
Mr. Trainee,
Here, ma'am.
Mr. Honeman,
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson,
Honored to be here.
Mr. Hall,
Here.
Ms. Johnston, Mr. Starr,
Here.
Mr. Trombley,
Here.
Ms. Osiander, Mr. Flynn,
Here, but Mr. Chairman, I think I informed the clerk, I unfortunately had made travel plans prior to your introduction of this measure and scheduling this meeting, so I'll have to depart at 8 p.m.
Do you need someone to carry your bags for you?
I got lots of volunteers.
I understand. I understand, Mr. Flynn. Yes.
Mr. Birch,
Here.
Ms. Braska.
Present.
Yeah. And I'd like to point out, Ms. Osiander is on the phone. She has got a terrible cold. We thought we were going to lose her last night. We had a paramedic standing by. She had a coughing seizure and couldn't breathe, and we managed to delay the meeting for about 10 minutes with her trying to get her composure back, but she is in listening. Eleanor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eleanor Andrews. I think I've known everybody up here at least 2 to 3 decades, including staff and the mayor. I'm here tonight to share a perspective with you on labor relations for the municipality. I'm not going to speak to any specific clause or whatever, but I think that I've got a little history that might help you understand my strong feelings and objections to this ordinance. At unification, former Mayor Sullivan, George Sullivan, appointed me, another city union rep, Tom Fink, a businessman and a municipal attorney, to draft the original labor ordinance. And we did it in conformance with AS 2340 that basically says political subdivisions of the state can draft their own labor ordinance as long as it's in conformance with the state law. And, you know, it's worked for a long time. There's some modifications that I believe happened in 1989. But I just want to share with you how many places along this path I've been so you'll understand what my concern is. So after we drafted the labor law, I was appointed by Tony Knowles to be Employee Relations Director in 1982. At that time, Mayor Sullivan had allowed for all the collective bargaining agreements to expire at the end of his term. Every mayor and every governor that I've known does that. So the new administration comes in, they've got a lot to do. But under Mayor Knowles that year, all the agreements were settled and we moved on. After that, I went to the state of Alaska and became Deputy Commissioner and Commissioner of Administration for the state and negotiated with every single union in the state that worked in that government for 4 years. Oh, I forgot. For a few years, like 7 or 8, I was the local representative for Alaska Public Employees Association and was a business agent for the IBEW. After I left state government, I started my own business. I was a federal contractor to federal government services. So in essence, I did things that the federal government contracted out. That whole 20-year period, I was a union employer. It made it easier to manage the workforce, to regulate benefits and whatever. And so if I had a collective bargaining agreement and somebody had a beef, they didn't take me to court. They went through the grievance procedure. And we settled it through that way and had a couple of arbitrations. But it works. It helps manage the workforce. And I know collective bargaining has evolved. People have different concerns. But it's called collective bargaining because it's done collectively. Management doesn't go in the back room and put up a grand strategy on the wall, and when it's done, present it to the people that it's going to affect. I mean, I thank the Assembly for their public service and every single person in this room. I've been a municipal employee, I've been a state employee, and I think government employees work harder than anybody else.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you not do that. When you do, the speaker loses their train of thought, then we lose the ability to hear what they're saying. So please, I'm just asking you that courtesy. Ms. Andrews?
Thank you, and I never lose my train of thought. I'm sorry, don't laugh, don't laugh. And the reason I know government workers work harder because I was a contractor to government. My contract had specific terms. If there was nobody decent or knowledgeable on management side, I could have gotten away with murder. I lost a lot of bids because I wasn't the low bidder, but the low bidder always failed. They couldn't meet the requirements, and they'd call me back and say, can we negotiate how to get this work done for the government? So I know it works. Just one more minute. I think that it looks like the government is at war with its employees. I hope that's not it. It's not good for commerce. I'm sure the AEDC is concerned. As a business person here, I'm concerned. You don't invite new industry people and tell them about our quality of life when you're at war with your employees. So please don't call them the union. They are your employees who happen to be represented by a union.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Miller, under the NLRA, how many conditions can you negotiate with when both sides come together, labor and management, to work out a new contract?
How many what, sir?
How many items are in the NLRA legislation that you can negotiate on? Work hours, vacation, everything?
Well, you know, the law basically says that management has the right, and this management clause is in all collective bargaining agreements, to hire, fire, decide what the work is and the hours. What the employees get to talk about and negotiate with government is how that gets done, what the pay is going to be, what the conditions are. And oftentimes, the employees have the best answer about how to get work done because they do it. So, you know, it's all on the table. There's certain things that are reserved for management, and I think that that's good. You have to be able to direct the workforce. But how it affects the people who are doing it is very important to have an open discussion and settlement. One last thing. We have a neighbor kind of assembly. You all come from neighborhoods. Your friends and neighbors support you. They're the ones that help fund you. If you intend to contract out work like the federal government does, people are going to give you money. And the contractors are probably not going to be Anchorage people. So whoever's funneling money to you, and you're the final arbiter, you're the ones that set the terms of employment, and then you're going to settle things if there's a dispute, people are going to think you're bought. Whoever gave you the most money and however you vote, that's what it's going to look like. And I don't think you want to leave that legacy for yourselves.
Thank you. Just a moment. Mr. Harleman, please be brief.
I will. Ms. Andrews, thank you for testifying and your history of where we came. My question is, and I probably will ask this if it's fitting, is rather than just bringing in, well, there's a problem, is there a suggestion or a solution that you might present? If you've read this ordinance change, is there a suggestion or a solution that you see?
I didn't read it, Mr. Holman, because I didn't have the context.
Right.
It's happened so quick, and I actually do something else besides line up and come to the assembly.
Sure.
But I think that what we need to do is slow this down and do what the law and fairness requires, which is present it to the people who are represented and see if they have ideas and negotiate changes. You don't change the law to get what you want. I mean, it's not like the unions came in and held a gun to management's head, lo these 35 years to get the terms you don't like. They were negotiated bilaterally. Times change. Sometimes you have to change the structure, but you don't short-sheet people by changing the law and then saying, now we're going to negotiate when there's nothing left to talk about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Francis McLaughlin. I oppose the mayor's proposed ordinance. It's very poorly written. I think even the mayor would agree with that. And this ordinance is completely political. There's no need for it. I'm distrustful of this mayor. Every year, the Mayor Sullivan declares a budget crisis, a budget shortfall of millions of dollars, then introduces a budget that closes fire stations and libraries, delays police academies, reduces public buses, threatens to close swimming pools, threatens to develop houses in Campbell Creek Estuary, reduces public services, etc. only to find out in January that after his budget passes that there was no budget shortfall in the first place, and there's $17 or $20 million in leftover money. It's all political theater orchestrated by the mayor to cut services that made this community great. This mayor creates problems that did not exist before. Even if there was a budget shortfall, which there is not, the mayor is the person who would be responsible for manufacturing the shortfall because he refuses to raise the money that's needed to pay for public services. The only two taxes that I pay are property taxes and for my house in Nunac Valley, and federal income taxes. And I get to deduct my property taxes from my federal income taxes. My family's PFDs pay our property taxes. When my wife and I have kids, then we'll end up ahead. We'll make money on the whole thing. The mayor's mantra that property taxes are too high is crazy. He wants to pay nothing and get everything for free. That sounds like socialism. Unlike Mayor Sullivan, I don't mind paying property taxes for all the public services that I enjoy, such as good schools with counselors for at-risk students, electricians to fix electrical lines when the storm knocks out the power, snow removal from our neighborhoods, safely designed streets, and maintenance for our parks, trails, and children's playgrounds. In the mayor's radio ads, the reasons that he cites for proposing this ordinance sound reasonable, but they are really just smokescreen and half-truths. All of the things that he wants can be obtained under current regulations without his proposed ordinance. The real reason for this ordinance is purely political. The mayor initiated this ordinance to reduce bargaining rights of unions and to outsource city services to the lowest bidder. Pure and simple. Responsible Labor Act, ridiculous. Talk about a mistitle. I urge you to vote no on this ill-conceived ordinance, or perhaps the chair, Mr. Hall, can withdraw the ordinance. I don't know. The private sector negotiates contracts all the time. Why is it the mayor is trying to take away bargaining rights from public employees? Why do we lose that right? It just doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking respectfully, please hold the applause. We want to be able to hear. Mr. Flynn, I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, not a question, just a comment for you. Mr. McLaughlin, maybe a small correction. Adam and I have small children. Trust me, you will not come out ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Vinegar, and I am a 302 operator for the city. I really don't know why I'm here. This bill, I'm hopefully persuade you. First off, I'd like to thank you all for your service. Whether I like you or not, you're doing a service for the public. Hopefully it's a good service. You know, what is done here has been done years before. This is not done since the mayor came on as our mayor. He didn't do all this for us. Our brothers before us did this, and the brothers after us will continue to do this. And it states here that he doesn't want to get rid of collective bargaining. He just wants to make competitive to the private sector. I've been in the private sector, and I've been a businessman. And when I hire somebody, I want to hire them for what they do, not for what the cheapest rate I can get them for. And that seems to be what the mayor's trying to do, is to hire people to come in here and do this for a lesser wage. Are you all willing to take a wage cut for what you do? Is the mayor willing to give up for what he gives? Do his job for half of what he believes it's worth? That's a question I want to ask, but that's okay. I'm here to maybe persuade you to understand that this is a bad deal. It is. I mean, do you want somebody to wire your house, plumb your house, build your house for half of what you think it cost? Do you want a house that might burn down for electricity and not be able to use your plumbing? That's what it's all about. You want somebody to come in here and maintain your streets, build these buildings for less money. That's what I'm seeing in this little contract here that he's trying to propose. And I'm not saying he's not doing a good job. I'm just saying it's wrong. This is what he's trying to do is wrong. And that's the way I feel. But there's a lot of other people out here feel maybe the same way, maybe they don't. But the point of it is, I haven't had a time to read this whole thing and express it in 3 minutes. I really can't express it in 3 minutes. But what I believe, it's wrong. And I do believe that, when you bring people in here for less money who don't know what they're doing, you're going to get what you pay for. And then your people are going to be in trouble. Then you're going to be back at the part where you're going to try to figure out why this happened. why you got people maintaining our streets. Our streets got potholes because they pay a guy $10. We work hard to get. I take pride in what I do. I take a lot of pride in what I do. I show up for work every day. I'm here today to express that this is wrong. That's what I'm here for. And I hopefully you all vote the same way. And again, I thank you all for showing up and making this happen so that we could hear a voice. Thanks again for being a part.
Thanks for coming, Jeff. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Mark Barnhill. I work for the municipality. I'm represented by IBW. I also want to thank you all. I've known a lot of you. I've worked for some of you and interacted with others in my job and socially, and you guys are serving the community. I'd like to talk mostly about process today. And developing good law is developed openly in front of everybody, and this was done in a secret fashion. It's introduced honestly, and this was snuck in at the last minute. It's detailed accurately, and this has been vague as could be. You yourself said there's going to be an S version, and we're going to not even have a chance to comment on that. It's debated fully in the public without being rushed through. It's respectful of the public process and the ability for each and every citizen to speak. We had an ordinance here recently where they listened to testimony for weeks of people bust in from the valley, and we're being told that our testimony could conceivably be limited if it becomes repetitive. Well, it likely will become repetitive because this is not something that's making a lot of people happy. A307 is more like a scheme than anything. It's really, for somebody who appreciates the history of the American labor movement and what we've done to get where we are and what we've contributed to our society and what we've contributed to this community and how hard we've worked, and the brothers and sisters that I've worked with and seen raise their families here, and some of them are not with us anymore, and they work darn hard to make this community a great place to live and a great place to have, and you as our neighbors. And we appreciate that. And we don't feel that being attacked is the way to go. The IBEW and the other unions that are represented by the municipality, or represented within the municipality, provide a highly skilled labor force, doing highly technical and difficult jobs, and are very proud to do so. Honesty and integrity are prized assets of this workforce. Chairman Hall, I can't imagine that this is how you want the legacy of your tenure with the Assembly to be, and the rest of you want this to be your legacy. This process is flawed. It's a lesson in life. You will never raise yourself up by dragging someone else down. You ask how to make this better, sir? Throw it in the trash can and start over with an open, honest process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer McKinnon, and this is totally out of my area of comfort. I'm a medical provider. I could save your life if you were dying, but this is uncomfortable, so I wrote what I needed to say, and this is how strongly I feel about it, and that's why I'm here uncomfortably. Like I said, my name is Jennifer McKinnon, and I'm the proud wife of an APD Sergeant, John McKinnon, a 15-year veteran of the department. I've taken the podium this evening to give you insight into the life of a police officer's family because I feel it is vital for you to understand our daily reality prior to you voting on this municipal ordinance that will affect thousands of municipal workers. When I married my husband 26 years ago, I always knew he would be a dedicated public service employee willing to sacrifice his life to serve the public. Whether he was a firefighter in our small town in Ohio, or in the Air Force, a paramedic in Philadelphia or in Spokane, Washington, or a patrol officer, detective with APD, or now a sergeant, I knew both my family and I would sacrifice for his career decisions. Whether it was not having him home for Christmas dinner, missing anniversaries or school plays, soccer games, or even the birth of our first child, I understood the sacrifices involved in his chosen careers for both myself and my family. What is unique to myself and other APD families is the danger and emotional toll on us because of John's job with APD. He is one of thousands of heroes that selflessly goes towards the gunfire, towards the horrific car crash, towards the burning building, towards the lifeless infant, towards the reckless drunk driver, or towards the mentally ill homeless person threatening others. He is the one who leaves home each afternoon, kissing myself and his children, not knowing if this may be the day that he has to take another's life, take someone to jail, place children in foster care, or inform a wife that her husband just died in a car crash. All dreadful things most of us don't like to or even ever have to think about. Let me share what goes on with you in my mind. Will it be the day I have to hear what it felt like to be tased at training, the day off together sacrificed because he has to testify in court, the one of many days spent home alone at my children's activities because he's at work, the day I go with him to the hospital to sit next to an officer's family as he fights for his life from injuries sustained in his patrol car as a careless drunk driver plowed into him because he hated the cops. The night I can't get back to sleep at 3 a.m. in fear of his safety because he's working undercover, posing as a drug dealer. Or will it be the call I fear the most? The knock on the door with officers standing in front of me, informing me that some thug shot and killed my husband, my soulmate, my child's father. How many of you would like to take my place or my children's place? No amount of compensation, differential pay, medical benefits, holiday pay, incentive, or hazardous duty pay can compensate him for his selfless job or our family's sacrifice for the citizens of Anchorage. And be certain, the 40% pay cut my husband will suffer on January 1st, 2015, due to this ordinance, will have an equally devastating impact on our family, our town's economy, public safety, and others in Anchorage as we struggle to make ends meet and try to answer the question, is this really all worth it? I ask you to consider the impact you are having on all the families in Anchorage as you slyly and hastily make reckless, sweeping cuts in our pay benefits, end binding arbitration, and eliminate sick leave, all in an effort to streamline 9 union contracts and to fix something that isn't broken. And for what? Certainly not to benefit me as a taxpayer, as a citizen who relies on outstanding city services, and certainly not as a spouse who sacrifices her husband daily so that we can all sleep well at night, knowing that ourselves and our families are well protected as my husband and others selflessly stand watch. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleading with you, keep that down. Jennifer, we need the spelling of your last name, and Mr. Horniman had a question for you.
Since she's already seated, I'll just say thank you for your comments. I think you did quite well, and I know it's not comfortable for you, but I really appreciate giving us the information and insight. One question I had was, we're being told, and you probably heard the radio ads, that this is just kind of a fix, if simple changes to things. Does it feel simple to you? How would that affect? I mean, what suggestions do you have reference to this particular ordinance? Have you had a chance to review any of it?
I have had a chance to review it. It's that important to me. These are sweeping changes. These are not little changes.
Yeah.
The 40% pay cut to my husband's pay when his union contract is out January 1st is not a number I made up out of my head. This is what the impact is to us as a family, and certainly it trickles down to the entire economy and to Anchorage. And you're asking us to do a job and sacrifice things for less and less money, and I'm telling you, it's not worth it.
Thank you. And I think they need your spelling on last name.
Yeah, we need the spelling of your last name.
MC, capital K-I-N-N-O-N.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is John McKinnon, last name MC, capital K-I-N-N-O-N. And I'm testifying today in opposition to Municipal Ordinance number 37. I've worked in public service for nearly 30 years. I started as a paramedic firefighter with the U.S. Air Force at Elmendorf Air Force Base here in town. My wife Jennifer, who you just heard, and I started our family here in 1986. We enjoyed the uniqueness of Alaska, but quickly realized that the pay and benefits of the military were not something we were willing to settle for. After discharge from the Air Force, I became a paramedic in Philadelphia, where pay and benefits were better, but the quality of life was much more difficult, living so closely to nearly 4 million people. We moved from East Coast to Spokane, Washington for a better quality of life, but the pay and benefits again were dismal. Then, during the summer of 1997, I was recruited and hired as an Anchorage police officer. For the first time in our working career, we had it all. We achieved good pay, good benefits, and great quality of life in Anchorage. The rigors of becoming a police officer would not come without sacrifice. The training process a recruit works through to become a solo officer is difficult and lasts nearly a year. It was some of the hardest training in my life. The employees I got to work with demanded a strong skill set and a high degree of proficiency. It was obvious I was working with highly trained professionals. Being a copper is an honorable profession, but it comes with a heavy personal price. Your innocence is lost when you see how some citizens treat others. Police officers show up day in and day out when our citizens sometimes are experiencing the worst days of their lives. To the officers, it's just another tour of duty where they experience the aftermath of events such as a devastating car accident, a sexual assault, a homicide, a baby not breathing. It's no wonder why police officers experience a high divorce rate, nearly 75%. As a patrol sergeant, I see the collective effects of how patrolling the streets eats away at people. When they have to miss their kids' hockey games or Christmas dinner, countless birthdays, and the list goes on. But there is one thing cops look forward to at the end of each shift, and that's making it home safe, sound, where things are normal, boring, and quiet. I reviewed the proposed ordinance, and I believe it has been an attack on the three pillars of why people live and work in Anchorage, Alaska. And that's pay, benefits, and quality of life. I do, however, appreciate the name of the ordinance, Responsible Labor Act. Allow me to share some of my definitions of responsible labor. Responsible labor is having a highly trained electrical worker respond to severe power outage during a hurricane-force windstorm and restore power before our pipes freeze. Responsible labor is having high-quality, skilled heavy equipment operators making their way through our streets, avoiding vehicles and other objects on road graders during heavy snowfall so we all get to work the next day. Responsible labor is having knowledgeable building inspectors and engineers helping ensure public buildings comply with appropriate codes so they withstand an earthquake. Responsible labor is having a sanitation worker dispose of our trash so that it doesn't just get into our poisonous water, just poisoning our water. Responsible labor is a firefighter who arrives at a burning structure without hesitation and goes inside and saves a life.
Sir, I need you to summarize.
It is because of responsible labor that as citizens we greatly have a great quality of life here in Anchorage. By no means are municipal workers rich people. We're middle-class employees working hard to make ends meet. Democracy is defined as making the powerful accountable to the masses. Look around, see the masses here. Don't be taken in by the mayor's personal politics in this matter. Don't be the first assembly that dismantles what Anchorage is great to work, where it's a great place to work. Don't be part of this degrading ordinance. Responsible labor is what the citizens have come to expect, and the ordinance is in direct conflict with that endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
Sergeant McKinnon, quick question.
Yes, sir.
I noted, and of course I know some about you, but I didn't know that you'd had moved to try to find the right fit, if you will.
Yes.
If this were earlier in your career, if this ordinance passes or anything like this, would you be willing to look for someplace else to find what you're looking for?
Yes, sir. And there are people that are doing that. And I'm afraid that it will impact our workforce. And the workforce is what makes the quality of life in this town.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Good evening.
Good evening. Its last name is
Are
Devlin.
you three-teaming me here?
Yep. And all of our last name is Devlin, D-E-V-L-I-N. So good evening, members of the Assembly, administration, and fellow union members. I'm Cindy Devlin, a proud member of APDEA. This is my husband Dave with AMEA. This is my son Luke, represented by Local 71. They're strong, silent types. They didn't really want to be up here tonight. None of us really want to be here tonight. But we are here to put a face to city workers, named and defamed in the proposed ordinance. We're friends and neighbors. We work for you, and we work with you. And I'm here to tell you a little story, and they are here because I asked them to be. When I was first hired by the city as an admin assistant, I couldn't make ends meet without a second job. Mayor Sullivan, you may recall that is when I worked part-time with you at the Sullivan Arena in ticket sales. I started both jobs in February 1983. Remember Willie Nelson as a great opening act at the Sullivan. Indeed, good times to be young and building a life in Anchorage. And many of you were doing the same thing at that same time. As I told Ms. Braska the other day, I moved to Alaska to try it out for 1 year. And happily I met Dave at Parks and Recreation. He was a park ranger, and I worked in the director's office. Eventually, I earned a promotion and could quit my part-time job, an admin officer in charge of nonprofit grants and the municipal cemetery contract. However, Dave was laid off, and the ranger program was canceled. He accepted a job placement, and he worked at Spenard, Fairview, and Mountain View Rec Centers before starting with Community Work Service, where, might I say, he's been doing a heck of a job for the last 23 years. American dream, right? Living in a great city, both employed full-time in meaningful work, blessed with 3 active children. Then along came 91, when over 100 jobs are on the annual municipal budget cutting block. And I was one of 3 municipal employees who was out the door that December. As Dave continued his career at Community Work Service, I worked with state in foster care review, then over 10 years with the school district in community education and Title I. Our family also actively volunteered in our community. I returned to the city with the police department almost 6 years ago now as a records clerk. Study Dave, he received his 30-year PIN last August, and he's been eligible to retire for a few years, but he's a workhorse who continues to serve our city. With me at the police department, Dave at Community Work Service, we sort of joke that as long as people keep misbehaving, we have some job security. However, with Ordinance 37, we have to wonder if we have security in our jobs. Maintaining pride in being employees of the city, we were pleased last fall when our son secured a position with Parks and Recreation to carry on a family tradition of public service, thinking that we were proof that loyal service has value and that opportunities for advancement come to the committed willing to work for it. Lucas is 24, same age as I was when I started. He's expecting his first child, our first grandchild. And he's working hard to build his life, proving himself in his job, having a family to support, all made more challenging by the fact that he's willing and wanting to work hard, but not knowing how he will be treated in return by his employer. I'm almost done. We ask that you reject these rush changes not yet properly vetted. Anchorage was once a good place to set your roots and raise your family. Will that still be so for Luke, for new officers, for current clerks, and for our next generation of municipal employees? We understand the city has financial issues. We are taxpayers too. We respect the need to determine what changes might be helpful and fair to provide clean, safe, livable city. However, after years of negotiating in good faith, with long histories of meeting face-to-face at the table, this seems an unfair means to mandate changes without the benefit of full and careful review. Employees did not cause the budget problems, but every union is more than willing to continue as partners with the city in crafting solutions. I thank you for this time, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you, Cindy, and congratulations on the grandchild. They're great. Mr. Honeman.
I just want to say thank you for all 3 of you coming in and giving us the face and the family story. Thank you. Appreciate it. And for your service.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Pull that mic down. Just hold the base and it'll come. There you go.
And a lot of y'all from Facebook. My name is Ryan Knight, K-N-I-G-H-T. And I come before you tonight. I'm a shop steward. I currently represent Local 52. And I come to you because I used to be a conservative, believe it or not. I adopted the party of principle because it worked to conserve the vision and ideals of our founding fathers. Even though I'm no longer a member of the GOP, if you were to describe my political leanings, I would be an Eisenhower-era Republican. I still believe in the morals and values that were the gold standard of Dwight's generation, the one my parents said was the greatest this country has ever seen. And that now the descendants of that generation are working to dismantle everything they worked so hard to put into place. Back in the day, if you were a Republican, you were pro-union. It was understood that the advances our country's made wouldn't have been possible without the working man. None of us would be here today if it wasn't for the men and women who built the buildings, who dug the sewer lines, and performed the jobs that make our lives possible. I couldn't do my white-collar job if it wasn't for the blue-collar people like my parents. Union workers aren't just men and women in a building. They're your garbage man, your power line repairman, heavy equipment operators, the kind of people you see on dirty jobs. And without the contribution to labor of those men and women, the America we have today would not be possible. That knowledge was why it was understood that the working man needed to be treated fairly and equally. That meant he needed to have the means to make a decent wage, provide for himself, his family, and do so in a workplace that was safe and well organized. Before there were unions, and this is part of my family history, we had glorified slavery. People were actually worked to death. People were subjected to wages that kept them in poverty, their families in poverty, and working conditions so unsafe that some factories had their own graveyards to bury workers who expired on the job. This is historic fact. My great-grandfather dug those graves. He worked in those factories. Now these things are a rarity, and that is because of unions. Yet now we're expected to believe that by taking a huge step backwards, betraying everything that the GOP once stood for, what this nation stands for, repeating that history all over again, is in our best interest. And respectfully, as a young politician myself, as someone who someday will be serving the people, I respectfully disagree. Tonight, a decision as to whether to return the working man to such an equal state sits before you. And that means it's up to you, the Assembly, our leaders who we've elected, to take a stand. After all, as one of the greatest Republican presidents after Dwight once said, and someone who inspired my own desires to be a politician, if not us, who? If not now, when? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Gentlemen, ladies, Mayor. I have a message from my desk. My desk consists of not a cubicle or anything like that. My desk consists of a toolbox about this size and about yay high with a stainless steel top on it. I work in a maintenance shop for People Mover, and I'm nervous as heck right now. I don't like being here. I hate this meeting, but I feel like it's almost like inducing vomiting that I got to induce myself to get up here and do this.
Well, you're doing a fine job.
Well, I want to tell. This is the message I wanted to convey to you, Assembly members and the mayor as well. We've discussed it in this shop of ours, both with my foreman and all my fellow co-workers, and we're all unanimously in the same agreement. We oppose number 37. That should deliver a message. We're all different political affiliations. We're all from different backgrounds, yet we can come to a unanimous conclusion about this ordinance right here. It's wrong. It's arbitrary, and in my eyes, it's evil. Almost as evil as, what do I want to compare it with? How about the movies? How about Star Wars? Darth Vader and the dark side of the Force. This is wrong. I know you mean well, and I tell you what, when I hear the radio spot that's being aired, I hear the warm fuzzy stuff up here in my head. But down here in my gut, this is what tells me the truth. I feel sick. I feel about as sick as I do right now with like the butterflies in my stomach right now. My name is Roy Smith. I've lived in this town for almost 29 years. I currently live in Sand Lake. I've worked for the city for 9 years. This month. I've had many of a school of hard knocks. I've worked at the airport for about 17 years before I found a job with the city, which I'm proud to be a part of. And I've been a commercial fisherman for a period of time. I've moved from Midtown, from Inlet View to Midtown, to my current residence here where I currently am. And one of you members of this assembly twice helped me move out of that house, which I appreciate. That's just neighbors helping neighbors out, and that's something I'll never forget and I appreciate. But I don't know, I just wanted to cut to the chase and tell you that. I don't know if I'm going to give you a full 3 minutes here, but there's other options. If you're looking to save money, there's other options to look at, and this isn't one of them. I'm sorry. You're ruining lives. You're ruining wages, and you're destroying this community with this ordinance.
Thank you, Roy. Mr. Trainee has a question.
Roy, one quick question.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the warm fuzzies you heard on the radio.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about your tax dollars being utilized to bring that message out to the public? $28,000 in taxpayers' dollars.
Thank you very much. I don't feel good about it at all. Not at all. Not one bit.
Thank you.
But I want to close and say this desk, this toolbox of mine, I paid out of my own pocket so I could advance my career with the city.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
It didn't come from the city. It came from me.
Chairman, hey, Roy, thanks for being here. I really appreciate your comments, and you did a really fine job. And did you say that you used to live in Midtown?
I did. I used to live in your neighborhood, ma'am.
Well, I was going to say, I represent Midtown. Could you move back? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Cindy Liggett. I've lived in Anchorage since 1965, and I've worked for the municipality. It'll be 37 years this June. The last 30 in Parks and Recreation, and I'm a proud member of AMEA. I have been a loyal, dedicated employee, always willing to do my part, share in the responsibility of making the city and Parks and Recreation shine, and help my coworkers do the same. There was a time when we had so many people lined up to take Parks and Recreation jobs because they heard that was the place to work, and now they just use jobs as stepping stones to advance their career somewhere else because it's not worth working for the municipality anymore. Benefits have already been drastically cut, and there are few incentives to draw people and make them want to stay. In the past few years, it's been like working in a hostile environment working for the municipality. You have an administration that tells employees how great and hardworking they are, and then turns around and starts tearing them down. The administration would have the public believe employees are greedy, overpaid, and the unions refuse to work with them, when in the fact it's the administration, a few of you assembly members, and a few of the token privilege that were behind in that hush-hush meeting putting this ordinance together, without any input from the unions, the employees it affects, or the general public. Sullivan makes it sound like that when unions don't get their way, they throw temper tantrums and go out and strike, when in fact, the last strike AMEA had was in 1978. I know, I was there. I walked the picket line, and I carried a sign that said, high-paid employees support Sullivan, and low-paid employees can't even support themselves. There have been many years that members have taken pay freezes, both in step and in cost of living, and in 2009, employees took unpaid furlough. And then the executives got raises, and layoffs happened anyway. When AMEA did get their cost of living, it's always aligned with the consumer price index, not these outrageous pay increases that you'd have the public believe that we get. In the last 3 years, those three increases have been between 2 and 3.1%. I'm all for standardization as long as it makes sense and it's fair. But you're trying to standardize a very unique workforce with the numerous unions that we have and make everyone fit into one generic mold. Our holidays, probation, and payroll changes to aid in the implementation of this timekeeping system that we're trying to do has been standardized. Our current benefit package is what the administration proposed, and it's the same benefit package that executives and non-reps currently have. The mayor saying he will eliminate all pay enhancements sounds to me like I'll be taking a 20% pay increase if this ordinance passes. I'm one of the handful of old-time employees who received the longevity, and that longevity benefit was discontinued in 1981. Then the ordinance says one thing, and it says about the pay ordinance. It says one thing, and you all say, well, that's not the intent of it. The newspaper says one thing. I don't believe the Daily News, and I don't believe what comes out of a politician's mouth. You have to wonder, when not long ago the administration said they were in dire straits, and then they turned around and found $19 million. If you check the facts, you'd find out that every year there's a budget surplus. Yet positions don't get reinstated, facilities don't have their hours brought back to the way they were, and city services are still lacking.
Cindy, I need you to sum up.
Okay. You can't honestly tell me that if you were the one sitting behind here in the audience and it was your pay and your benefits that were being targeted, that you could honestly say this was a well thought out ordinance. I strongly urge you to vote no on this ill-conceived, the way it is written today. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, Mr. Honeman has a question.
Thanks for your many years of service, your decades of service, and the institutional knowledge that you stayed around with. It sounds like the city got its benefit from your long-term tenure here, and I don't think it's a well-thought-out ordinance, and I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mike Fazette. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Assembly, for letting me speak tonight. I would like to thank the Assembly for your service to the citizens of Anchorage. I would truly like you to consider what you want from AO 37. I feel this is an important issue and should not be rushed into. Please give this the same consideration you have to other issues facing the city. We're citizens, workers, and taxpayers as well. As you know, the Assembly took a great length of time with the plumber's contract before voting it down. It was postponed twice in August 2011, and you finally voted down the well-respected neutral arbitrator, Judge Sir Daly's decision. I find it odd after a statement last night, as one of the issues was compensation. Last night, after the appointment for Edward Jarvis, I think it was Mr. Traney, asked about the compensation and is it in line for the executives, and requested the administration to research it. Is it okay for the executives to be fairly compensated, but not the workers? The Assembly had several problems with parts of the contract and repeatedly stated it's not what we told the mayor's negotiating team. The underlying tone during those times showed that the concerns of the Assembly were not reaching the union. The Assembly had complete control in stopping the plumber's contract, but you had no control over the mayor's negotiating team? What control does the Assembly want? Why is AO 37 needed if the Assembly can stop a union contract? If you move forward with AO 37, it should be with much consideration and forethought as the Assembly's control. It seems the Assembly's concern in 2011 was a lack of control over the mayor's negotiating team. There are many problems as written, too many discussed in 3 minutes, but I would like to mention two. The clause 3.70190 Exhibit A, page 3, talks about the Anchorage telephone utility, which was sold in 1999, which shows that what you are considering is outdated and poorly written as is. The second, there is a number of the same job classes spread out through different bargaining units, which shows a lack of any effort to simplify. This should point out to you, the Assembly, that 37 should be voted down as is, and if not, more consideration should be given to the issue, one being the control the Assembly desires. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Hall and members of the Assembly and the administration and my fellow employees and union workers. My name is Brenda Bergsrud, B-E-R-G-S-R-U-D, and I've worked for the municipality for over 31 years. My family has lived in Anchorage since 1969, and I currently live in Muldoon. I started right out of college working at the Grandview Gardens Branch Library, that's not there anymore, as a Range 6, and received promotions to Range 7 and Range 9 positions. In 1991, I got a promotion to a Range 10, a PC Tech 2, and I was so proud of that. Over the past 20 years, I've been in flex positions and attended training that enabled me to hold positions as a planning technician, a senior planning technician, assistant planner, and my current position as an associate transit planner. I don't see many flex positions or training opportunities today in the municipality, and I really see that as a shame. I do see many employees get some basic training here, and then they take their experience to work for someone else with better pay and benefits. I've been an AMEA represented employee for my entire career. I've experienced working conditions under many contracts over the years. I've received layoff notices and had to reapply to keep my position. My union was there for me. I experienced years without pay increases and took that 56 hours of furlough in 2009. I pride myself in managing my leave and my money, and it really hurt me, not so much to not get the pay, but to take leave without pay, forced leave without pay, felt so wrong. Over the years, AMEA has negotiated with the administration, and sometimes our contracts go to arbitration. Those decisions then come before you, and if you don't approve the arbitrator's decision, it's at an impasse. You then have the power, the right, to implement the municipality's last best offer, and the employees unit can exercise its right to strike. Well, our ordinance has worked. In the past 20 years, there have been no work stoppages, no strikes, no work, and even though the municipality's last best offer has been implemented. I see this proposed ordinance change as very detrimental to Anchorage. Drastic changes to the labor law will have long-term unforeseen impacts. This seems like a rush job. The Assembly and the public and labor are not allowed enough time to provide valuable input before the deadlines, and I do thank you for these opportunities for these additional evenings. Please make the administration do their job and negotiate with the unions, and recognize that municipal employees are not the problem, but the solution. The current labor ordinance has worked for years, and I don't believe it needs fixing. Please vote no on 37. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. If I might, just before you begin to speak, I want to let the Assembly know I don't intend to take any breaks this evening, so there's some food. If you get hungry, come and return, and because I want to be able to hear absolutely as many of these individuals as possible. The microphone is yours. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Lelania Wolf. That's WULFF. I am not a city employee or a member of a union. I am a volunteer here at the Lusac Library. As a volunteer here, I have personally witnessed the mayor's attack on public services. It is through dedicated work of both union employees and thousands of donated hours from people like myself who believe in the importance of this institution that we maintain the first-class operation that it is. But it is hard. As budget keeps getting tighter and tighter, services are cut, jobs are cut, and there is more and more reliance on the generosity of others. This very building is falling apart as we watch, and now we are looking at further hamstringing, making it difficult to bring in and retain needed talent. I can only imagine what it's like in other areas of the city. I am very concerned about the process that recently took place. It is my understanding that this ordinance was announced at 4:30 p.m. on a Friday, not allowing for any input from the very entities it affects. I feel this is very wrong. I believe the document to be flawed, needing too many amendments and revisions. It should be scrapped, and the process should be started over properly with all the parties at the table. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lorinda. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, sir. Mayor Sullivan, Chairman Hall, members of the Assembly, Madam Clerk, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, my name is Helene Antel, and I'm here tonight representing IUOE Local 302. With that said, there are few unions or union members or people in this audience that I don't care about and hold dear. If they like my comments, they can claim me. If they don't, they can disavow me. I wasn't going to testify tonight until I had a short discussion with a member of this body, and I asked him, "Are you going to vote for this ordinance?" And the response was, "Hell yeah!" Finally got those unions. I said, "Good Lord, this is about revenge. It's about power. It's not about good, responsible legislation. It isn't. That's not to say I don't have my biases, but I would submit to you that using the legislative process is not the forum, is not the tool to utilize to settle personal, private revenge issues." And I am not going to mention the person's name, but that event took place. With that said, I hope that I got the attention of the rest of you, and that you will hopefully be listening to the few points I'd like to make. First, we all extol the virtues of the private sector because of the free flow of creativity and enthusiasm and barking dogs.
That's tomorrow night.
And
I think that was Miss Osiander coughing.
oh, God. Sorry. Oh, God. Forget that vote.
He said it, I didn't.
Am I losing my time here? Okay, private sector is great because free flow of creativity, energy, enthusiasm, competition, unfettered by excessive government regulation. That's what I think many of us believe, and I would suspect many of those who intend to vote for this ordinance believe that very passionately. Well, you can't vote for this ordinance then, because this ordinance regulates that which is not regulated. This ordinance strangles that which is not strangled. It cuts off the oxygen from that which can currently breathe. It regulates and over-regulates now a relationship that is subject to the creative free force of competition and energy. So why on earth would you be intruding the government into a relationship when you claim to want to increase the quality of government by making it more like the private sector? That's my first point. I don't know if you folks realize that's what the ordinance is doing. It's regulating that which has previously been unregulated. Next.
I'm going to give you a little bit of time. We had an interruption there in your presentation, so I'll give you another 30 seconds to hopefully wrap up. Thank you.
This is about rights, no different than gun enthusiasts, privacy rights, and these people are not here about money or overtime. They're here because this ordinance threatens rights that they hold dear. And if any of you hold dear the rights I've mentioned, whether it's the right to bear arms or the right to enjoy certain privacies in your own home, and someone threatened to legislate those rights away, you would take passionate affront to that legislation. Finally, as a mother, I would tell my sons, if you can't win, do more push-ups. I would never tolerate a late-in-the-game rule change. If I owned a poker table, which I don't, and I couldn't figure out how to win, I would not change the rules of the game. Nobody would come and play with me anymore. To me, it looks like the administration profoundly lacks confidence in dealing with all of us. And we're good. But again, if the confidence isn't lacking, get some training. I'm happy to offer it, Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you.
You don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, you've been awfully good, so please continue.
As legislators, we have the right to expect better of you. You don't make law to determine who wins the game.
Okay. I have a question. Mr. Horniman?
Ms. Santel, thanks for the analogy and the comparison. I'd sure love to know the name. I am concerned that there's a reach of using the legislative purpose of trying to stack the deck, so to speak. So do you have suggestions? You've been how long in the industry where you've been either representing or negotiating for labor law?
You want me to answer truthfully, or can I lie?
Lie. It's always best.
Several decades.
Well, I appreciate your insight and the information.
I wrote the ordinance you guys are thinking about gutting with some other esteemed people whose names we won't mention.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Helene. I have to say that I think it's quite disheartening and telling that one of my colleagues had the audacity to say that to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Julius Matthew. I've been a proud member of the IBW for just shy of 30 years. I'm raising my family out in Eagle River. First off, I'd like to say I'm offended by the name of this ordinance, the Responsible Labor Act. There's nothing responsible about it whatsoever. This is not about money or trying to control the spending of money. This is about control. It's about Sullivan. So Sullivan wants control over thousands of hardworking men and women that have banded together in the form of unions to protect their families against guys like Dan Sullivan. The way this was emailed out 5 minutes before closing time to apply to run for the assembly is wrong and deceitful. Okay? We shouldn't do business like that here in Anchorage, anywhere. I would like to ask the Assembly to restore the public trust in this process by not lowering the standard of living for thousands of families and not taking away the rights of thousands of hard-working men and women of this city by voting no on 37. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bob Mayer. What I would like to speak to tonight is the process with which this ordinance has been brought forward. First, I would like to thank all of the sponsors of this proposal for the open and public manner in which these changes to Title III are being discussed tonight. It was not that long ago when this was not the case. I hold in my hand a copy of a report from the internal auditor for the Municipality of Anchorage, Peter Raskovs, which addresses the lack of compliance with Anchorage Municipal Code 370-130 regarding the approval of literally dozens of side agreements to the then existing labor contracts. By law, these side agreements were of such a size that they needed to be brought to this chamber for assembly approval in the same manner as a municipal ordinance. But they were not. Now, one can only speculate as to why this repeated lack of compliance with the law occurred. We now know that the majority of these side agreements were rolled into the December 2008 labor contracts. What I request of this seating of the Anchorage Assembly is to author a resolution directing the administration as part of the upcoming round of labor contracts to address this violation. Mandate that this administration bring to this chamber all of the side agreements found by the internal auditor's report to be in violation of Title III for individual discussion and vote. This seating of the Anchorage Assembly owes nothing less to not only all of your constituents, the property taxpayers and the ratepayers of the municipal utilities, but also past seatings of this body where these violations of those past seatings' authority to administer the law occurred. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob. There are no questions.
Thank you. And no applause.
Good evening. Now, see, you did great till you got to that part. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you today?
Well.
Mr. Chair, respected Assembly members, thank you for letting us be here tonight. My name is Dan Ducharme. I work for Municipal Light and Power Generation. Proud IBW member for 12 years. You might recognize me from last night. I sat here for 6 hours in this chair, listened to Title 21. It was long, it was painful, which I think all of you would agree. It was good discussion, though. And I was really impressed with the Assembly's attention to detail, your desire for information on the topics, and your patience to get it right. You made some great comments last night, and I'm going to bring them back to your attention, because I think all of those comments apply to this situation just as they did to Title 21 last night. I compliment Mr. Ernie Hall on saying it's better to take your time to get it right than to hurry and get it wrong. I compliment Mr. Starr for saying I would like to leave these matters to professionals. I feel like we are overreaching. I compliment Mayor Sullivan for saying we find it cheaper to do this in-house than to contract it out. Last but not least, Mr. Trombley, for saying, "It's refreshing to see in this day and age a municipal employee that has stuck to his job longer than I have been alive." Unfortunately, Mr. Trombley, this ordinance states in 3070-020H that it completely eliminates longevity and performance pay, which gives people the incentive to make this a lifelong career. I, like you, was very proud of Don last night. I would like to be like Don and be here for the rest of my career. If this ordinance passes, I won't. I can't afford to be, like a lot of people in this room. The reason the Assembly passed the contracts, all these union contracts 4 years ago, was to make the city wages competitive enough to fill positions with skilled labor. We didn't randomly choose wage rates. These were structured from competitive wages from other utilities. Please remember, these are people's careers. These are people's lives. We are not just talking about a house blocking sunlight for more than 6 hours a day. We are talking about people. We're talking about our community, the one that we all share. Let's give this ordinance the time it deserves, as you did Title 21. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Ladies and gentlemen, you just stepped back on me there, so please. Good evening.
Hi.
Hi.
This is my first time up here. I'm not one to do any kind of homework. I'm Naomi Maxon. I'm a people mover driver. I have been there for 9 years, hopefully to reach 10 in September. I'm here on behalf of all of the drivers, the mechanics that we have, the city, and all I have to say is I'm going to read Colossians 4:1. It states everything that you need to hear. Masters, give unto your servants that which is just and equal, knowing that you also have a master in heaven. In other words, treat your people fair, because how you treat people, it is how you will be treated by the Lord. And I thank you. Have a blessed night.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm good. Good evening.
Alan Noriega. I'm here representing labor. I work for the laborers. I only see one way this could possibly work, and that is if somehow this was a private corporation and we were about to liquidate it. That'd be a pretty good idea to slash the labor costs, cut back on the maintenance. It's just a bad idea, guys. You know, I've worked in non-union, I've worked in union. I've bid jobs in both states, and you know, you're not going to get a better quality work under budget and under schedule than doing it non-union. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Woods, W-O-O-D-S. I am in the AMEA union. I'm an office associate in the Maintenance and Operations Division of the Public Works Department. I've worked for the city for 10 years and I've lived in Alaska for 24. I disagree with AO 37. In the Daily News article dated February 11th, the mayor agreed that his timeline was compressed and that he's trying to rush this through before contracts expire. But the mayor has been our mayor since 2009, so why the rush? This is a serious issue, and these materials that have been proposed need more clarification. Something that concerns me is this confidential employee. One of the things I think of is maybe the administration would transfer people from the AMEA Clerks Union into this confidential employee category, thereby taking us out of our union. It states clearly that a confidential employee shall not be a member of a bargaining unit. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. The declaration of policy H that says the pay should be tied to the position requirement, the classification, the job description. Many of us, including myself, are performing more than one job. In my office, there were 3 administrative staff positions. In 2010, 2 of those positions were eliminated due to budget cuts. I am the sole survivor. I'm doing 3 jobs. And I have been doing 3 jobs. My position description has not changed in 7 years. And that's the problem that I see with that provision of this AO 37, that we're all doing more work. As it stands now, new hires in the city fall under Tier 4. Tier 4 is stripped of everything, which means that people who are hired under Tier 4 don't necessarily want to stay long term. They get hired and they stay on until a better opportunity presents itself. Is this what the city wants? A high turnover rate? Fast-tracking AO 37 is not good governance. I see this ordinance to amend the municipal code as a way for this mayor to dismantle the unions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Chip Searns. I'm a firefighter paramedic with the Anchorage Fire Department. I've been a paramedic for 10 years. I've been fighting fire with the Anchorage Fire Department for 7 years. It'd be difficult to summarize, impossible to summarize the potential public safety implications of Ordinance 37 in 3 minutes. I'll share a specific concern with regard to operational readiness in the Anchorage Fire Department. In addition to wages and benefits, we negotiate operational issues such as staffing. Adequate staffing has direct impact on my ability to suppress a fire or perform a resuscitation. Ordinance 37 effectively silences our voice on this operationally critical issue and leaves it in the hands of the Assembly. With all due respect, I do not feel that this is your realm. Have you ever been first due on a structure fire with 3 versus 4 people? Have you ever performed a resuscitation where there are more jobs than there are people to perform them? I have. We have a system in place that currently allows for the voice of emergency responders and the administration to sort out these issues. I encourage you to negotiate strongly in our current system. Both our ends can be met. A yes vote tonight silences the voice of those who actually provide care and leaves it to the world of politics. This is dangerous and has the potential of downgrading the operational integrity of the Anchorage Fire Department. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Good evening.
Good evening. John Daly, D-A-I-L-Y. Who'd have thought Tom Fink days would have been the good old days, huh?
Then you're.
I've been with the Anchorage Police Department for 33 years. I'm not going to try and bore you with what I've done or where I've gone. I can truthfully say I've been there and done that with the job. And I've done my deed for king and country. I mean, my years here are coming to a close, and I don't speak here for myself. I speak here for others. I'm not an articulate man, so forgive me. When I started with the police department, it was the time when Jesse Carr was doing the Teamsters. We were part of the Teamsters. We were coming up, and the people that I started working with were coming from that generation before there were contracts, before there was the union, when things were weak. I watched the progression from that time with the people that were coming up, the training, the quality rose so much over the years. It was a weeding out process, and it has gotten us to the point where we're recognized across the country as one of the leading departments. Not just us, everybody here in the city. You all know that as well as I do. One of the things that I noticed most is we have I hate to say solidarity, but everybody that works at the police department, from the clerks, dispatch, records, everywhere we work as a unit, because everything is a unit we go to. I'm really worried about things like the privatization, and I get it. I know where you're talking about, trying to get the privatization to get to a point where you can save some money. But you as a assembly have to be very careful. This ordinance gives you control, and control is power. An old adage is, with great power belies great responsibility. You will have situations here. If you look out with a lot of the people that are working here, it used to be that we had the family structure where everybody was. You had mom and dad and the kids, and dad went to work, and he did he got the job and brought the money home. How many people out there that we know now are single parents who are sitting there? They have 1, 2, 3 kids, and they're trying to get by on a salary and benefits for just them. I know even in the police department, we have a good wage. I mean, I've made a good wage. I'm not going to sit here and try and buffalo you. I think my career has been very well, but I have given as good as I got, if not better. But some of the people that are out there, the single parents, these people who are just sitting there scraping by, and they are, within the city, as we have now with these contracts, there are a lot of people that are just doing just as they go paycheck to paycheck, waiting to get up to that next step, to try to get it better. You're taking that next step out with this ordinance. People have to have something that they can reach for. If they don't have the step, they have somewhere to go to reach for, to get better, then it's going to stagnate. And I'm really worried about this city, that it is going to stagnate. This assembly here has the position to be able to either do something very well, very good with this, to take the ordinance, whether it passes or not, and very well might pass. But you need to craft this to think about everybody. Don't just go in and think about the person who's out there doing the overtime, making the high pay, because that's not the majority out there. The people out there who really make this city going are the ones who are really scraping by. Don't forget about them. Don't think that what you're going to do is going to make life better for them. I kind of close too with the process of how this happened. I spent a lot of time investigation, homicides, SWAT. I've been doing that for most of my entire career. This is, the process that this happened stinks. I mean, just the way things went and the way things are going. And I'm not a conspiracist, but when you look at something like this, the way this happened, it's just like any investigation. When you take all the other factors out, follow the money. Who is going to get rich and who is going to pay off of this ordinance and going on? Is it the privatization? Is it the money that's coming out and away from there? Where is that going to go to? Is it the betterment of the city? Or is there something going on? And that's up to you folks. You need to sit there and look. And I know there's good people here. You know, you weren't a bunch of jerks up here. Look at what this ordinance is doing. Look at where it's going. Look at what you say and do. And think, where is this going to? Is this going to the betterment of the city, or this is going to somebody to line their pockets? Same thing with the thing you guys talked about last night, and I apologize for going over.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening.
I'm Sandy Potvin, and I work in Parks and Recreation. The last name is P-O-T, V as in Victor, I-N. And there's a couple of things I want to address. The first one is the managed competition. This opens the municipality up to both liabilities and a lack of accountability. I'd like to give you a couple examples I've seen. You know, I've seen unlicensed persons walking down 4th Avenue, randomly spraying herbicides without proper licensing or following procedures, no posting, nothing. And this is where the public walks every day. With contracting, you're likely to see large amounts of pesticide and herbicide usage. Contractors use chemicals to save money and to lower costs. They save a lot of time this way. Is this acceptable to the citizens of Anchorage? And is this how we want our kids to be exposed to chemicals in their day-to-day life? We have contractors turning off electricity at parks and leaving it off indefinitely without any form of communication. where some of us come and we spend hours trying to troubleshoot and find out why we can't have electricity for another service. We have contractors leaving messes on project sites, and then park personnel have to come behind them and clean up, and we do this all the time. You know, this is a lack of accountability, and it can become a liability for the municipality. You know, it can cause accidents, and it's on us. If you go with managed competition, I ask that you do compare apples to apples and not apples to oranges. It has to be line item, and I don't think it's a good idea. The mayor has stated that the current ordinance is out of date with current municipal management operations. Is Kronos the operations he's referring to? Kronos has already cost us millions of dollars, and it isn't even working properly. The second phase cannot even be implemented because it's not working. If we want to save money, this is a darn good place to save it. If the mayor wants to save money, why not admit that Kronos was a mistake and quit pouring good money after bad? You know, get rid of Kronos and not the employees. I believe that you all need to take your time, look at the issues, and act in good faith. There are reasons that this ordinance was kept quiet till the last minute and rushed to a voice. Ask yourself why. Please table this ordinance indefinitely and keep your good, trained, and loyal employees.
Thank you, Sandy. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Christina Becker. I started working with the municipality at the age of 22, and I've been an employee for a little over 8 years. I started as a seasonal temporary employee until I could move to a full-time position. I continued my education and received my associate's and bachelor's degree while working full-time with the city. Though I am a municipal employee, I am also a voter and a taxpayer in the West Anchorage district, as well as many of my coworkers. I agree that AMC 3.70 may need some amendments to meet the industry standards of today, though we should have included managers, employees, and unions in the development of AO 2013-37. The administration and the Assembly should allow ample time and input so the structure of the document will be better developed and functional for all. To move forward with this amendment without the full input of the personnel does not pass the good faith test. The municipality and the Assembly have always had oversight of all contracts with the full understanding of the financial impacts. There hasn't been enough analysis of this amendment to understand its long-term financial impacts to the municipality of Anchorage. This nation is based upon negotiating to come up with a fundamental fairness, justice, and liberty. The municipality's past practice has utilized this concept in the development of all labor contracts. For the municipality to move in the opposite direction as it pertains to negotiation fails to follow the principles that our forefathers have set. The municipal employee has vested numerous years of service to the taxpayer. It is a pleasure to serve the municipal community as an employee. Many highly skilled individuals have come from the private sector to work for the municipality. During this time frame, they have gained vast institutional knowledge, which will all be lost if this ordinance is passed. If a managed competition program is proven to be ineffective, it will cause the taxpayer a financial burden in excess of today's tax levies. If the current administration would invest in or even support its current municipal staff, the rewards would be higher productivity, meeting of industry standards, a high morale in the workforce, and a satisfied taxpayer for the services that are rendered. In closing, we are respectfully asking you, our representatives, to table and/or vote no on the current amendments in AMC 3.70 until such time as it can be developed to a document that is representative of all aspects in which it affects. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Good evening.
Good evening. Dan Hobart, retired Anchorage firefighter, emeritus member of Firefighters Union Local 1264. And I cannot believe this kind of backward legislation is being considered in 2013. This type of ordinance should have had input from labor before it was introduced, if it were to be introduced at all. This is one man's idea. This ordinance will cause problems in the future. Most of the problems will be for future assemblies or the courts to deal with. There is no problem now. Why create one? Collective bargaining is where you work out contracts, not the political arena. One of the problems some of the mayors have is they don't come to the table to bargain in good faith. Their egos get in the way. Some are so used to telling people what to do, they cannot deal with a worker saying, "No, I don't agree." I bargained on a contract with Mayor Mystrom. He sent his man Tom Tierney to the table. Mr. Tierney would visibly change, turning red and his neck swelling when he did not get his way. Those were some difficult years. Mayor Mystrom wanted control of staffing, cutting to the point where you could not legally fight fire. Mr. Tierney said, and I quote, "The public didn't know anything, and as long as there was a red truck in front of the house with red lights flashing, that would be enough." Why the Mystrom story? Mayor Sullivan wants control of staffing. I think he is cut from the same cloth as Mayor Mystrom. You wonder, how much does he care about public safety? Contracts agreed on give everyone rules to work by. You know where you stand, and there are means for grievances to be heard. This ordinance takes away rights, including the right to strike. Do you think making something illegal will prevent it? If that were the case, we would not need police, just more law. If you can't strike, what will you do with sick outs, work slowdowns, when you don't have enough to staff snowplows, garbage collectors, etc.? How will you deal with it? People have to have a way to address their concerns. The mayor must think employees are going to want to strike with his new ordinance. It's that bad. But it will probably save, well, wait a minute. By the way, it will be the workers and the union's job to let your constituents know which services they have lost, a fire engine or a medic unit too far away at little tax savings to the average homeowner. But it will probably save the larger taxpayers some money, the friends of the mayor. They will not pass these tax savings on to anyone. The citizens will just lose services. The mayor would not bring this ordinance forward if he were not sure he had the votes in his pocket. There is no problem now. Why create one for the future? Bargain in good faith. Everyone deserves good wages and benefits. I am asking you to think of the future and not vote for this ordinance. Don't put yourself in the mayor's pocket. Collective bargaining, not collective begging.
Thank you, Dan. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold the applause. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jim Walcott, lifelong citizen of Anchorage, 22-year iron worker in this town, and 17 years with the Anchorage Fire Department. Retired now. I come before this body to express my displeasure with AO 37. It is poorly written. Even though I'm not working here at the city, it won't directly affect me at this time. But I like the way my roads are plowed, and I gladly pass all those bonds to keep the teachers in. And this is a great city. We cannot pass legislation like you guys are proposing today. I hear on the radio, people making fun of a firefighter getting 1% for sewing. They saved this city thousands of dollars by that 1%. There's people that repair all our air packs, which we need to survive in a burning structure. Those people earn every penny they have, and they go above and beyond, and they work all night long after they trained all day on our air packs. That's why those incentives are there. You people need to take a time out and not pass this as written. Arbitration works. It's fair and equitable. We're asking you and the mayor and his staff to do their job and come to the bargaining table. We've sat there in good, earnest, honest, and said, how can we save this money? I understand that. As an iron worker for 22 years, if the contractor didn't make money, I didn't make money. That's my roots. I understand that. But get involved in this city and do not pass poorly written legislation. I hear the mayor on the radio saying that EMS is not going to be, privatized and stuff. Well, it isn't in this paper right here. You say it's going to be in this legislation. How do we know what it says? That isn't fair. If you have something to bring before us, have it complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Hall, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Derek Emmons. I work for the Municipal Light and Power. I've been in Alaska since the early 80s. I've worked for ML&P for over 13 years. I'm currently responsible for 3 power plants. My job scope is everything from light maintenance to major overhauls on the rotating equipment and gas turbines. You might notice I'm not a public speaker, but I'm going to let you know how this affects me. By the letter of this ordinance, immediate effects to me is a pay reduction of about 27%. That's my pay for being a foreman, for being a competent employee and excelling at what I do. I also lose another 13% PSP, Performance Step Program. That was negotiated in good faith in the last contracts. That's a pretty good hit. My job, apparently by the letter of this ordinance, my job will probably be reclassified if it passes. I'll become a non-represented employee. And it'll take me 5 years to become vested if I decide to stay in the city's retirement. That eliminates any ability I have to make any further gains on my present retirement savings with the union. This will effectively push my retirement plans back by years. That may be good for you, but not for me. Cost, necessary equipment, parts purchased, and scheduling of outages and work hours will be determined by a board that the mayor has picked. I choose to just call them the mayor's cronies. The result will be work completion delays, serious reliability and safety issues, and costs of outages will increase dramatically, all due to a lack of expertise of these board members and the mayor's pursuit of his own agenda, which in my opinion has nothing to do with the good of the municipality, unless someone can explain to me how higher utility bills and property taxes are a good thing. These higher operating costs and decreased revenues due to less generation by the utility will also mean substantial decrease or possibly even a total lack of any money being put into the city's coffers by the utility. And what isn't commonly known by the people here or the general public is traditionally, since I've been with the utilities, has amounted to millions of dollars a year in the city's coffers. I believe that the highly skilled experts that I have on my crew will quickly seek other places to be employed. Ultimately, the city will be forced to outsource its turbine and facility maintenance. This will further increase the cost of the operation, further degrade reliability, and increase safety-related accidents. This can only mean more financial hardship for the citizens of Anchorage and the city itself.
Derek, I need you to summarize. I need you to summarize.
Summarize.
Close your comments.
You're
out of time. You're out of time.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess I'm out of time. Please also realize that my wages are not paid with taxpayer dollars. They are paid by the revenue that the utility generates, as well as all the operating costs of the utility. Couple that with the fact that the utility pours many dollars annually back into the city. I wonder what the mayor's real agenda is. Is it good for the municipality, or is it good for Mayor Sullivan and his lackeys? This ordinance puts the city as well as the utility on a very slippery slope with potential for loss of millions of dollars of income and skilled and professional workforce. It's unfair, and I guess that's all I really have to say if you're cutting me short.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Good evening, Elston.
Well, good evening, Ernie. Good evening to all of you. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about AO 35. It's going to be kind of hard for me. I have to tell you, I'm trembling inside, but I'm not trembling out of any kind of fear and awe of this august body. I am trembling out of anger. Anger at the philosophy and the politics of this ordinance. In fact, I'm so mad I could have a heart attack right here. And you know, it would serve you guys right, because you'd have to bring a forklift in to take me away. But I'll tell you what, make sure that forklift driver is a union forklift driver, because I want it done right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will have decorum in this room.
Pardon me, Ernie, I got carried away. I did review AO 37, and it's pretty obvious to me that it was not written by workers. It was written by managers, lawyers, and consultants with a nice flavoring from right-wing, think tanks like the Heritage Foundation. You know, they love that managed competition stuff. But it kind of reminded me, an ordinance from Dan Sullivan about labor is a little bit like the Pope talking about sex and marriage. He doesn't really do it, but he's an expert at it. For the last 5 years, I have listened to this mayor and his cronies on the assembly whine about the contract that was negotiated at the end of the Begich administration. Oh, the eye rolling and the wringing of the wrists. Why, Mr. Starr, through the chair, I remember you running to the FBI and then going to the bond authority, blowing the whistle. I mean, it was drama like I hadn't seen since the 1980s when the Ayatollah died and his followers were jumping on the casket. It was really something to see, all the drama, the terrible, terrible union contract that was going to bring the fiscal health of this municipality down. But it didn't. It didn't. But I'll tell you what did bring the challenge the municipal health, the fiscal health of this municipality. This mayor, with the complicity of Ms. Frasca, for successive years brought in budgets under the cap. And when you bring in budgets under the cap drops. They have created a structural deficit of $28 million. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you're so concerned about the fiscal well-being of this city.
Thank you, Elston. Mr. Horniman.
Mr. Lawson, Elston, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a suggestion on what we should do going forward on this particular?
Yes, I actually do. I think since you've been complaining for 5 years about the contract that Mayor Begich negotiated, I suggest that you sit down and negotiate in good faith with the working men and women of the municipality and negotiate a contract. And the only reason why you wouldn't is negotiating in good faith might be because you don't have any faith in your ability to negotiate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elston. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, members of the administration, and members of the crowd. My name is Jim Stewart. I'm going on 28 years now with the Anchorage Fire Department. I'm here tonight to speak in my opposition to this ordinance. I thought about what I wanted to say long and hard, and I'm hoping people are going to cover all the details, so there's something else I want to talk about here. I've been coming to Assembly meetings since 1985. I've watched how it goes. I've watched the requirement of respect amongst you all. You expect respect from each other. You expect respect from us. We try to give it to you. And then I look at this ordinance, and I think this is the most disrespectful thing that I have ever seen pushed upon the workers of this city. And I think back, I think of all the things I've seen. I think of my friend Billy Elvington laying there in the hospital after a roof collapsed on him, and his crew pulled that off and saved his life. And this is the respect he gets. And I think of the things I've seen over these 28 years. And one in particular, we got called on an assault, and there's a young mother with a knife broken off in her back, and there's her baby laying there in a car seat, covered in her mother's blood, screaming. And we've got to figure out how we're going to deal with this. And this is the respect we get. And I think of all the other firefighters, all the things they've done, all the paramedics, all the things they've done, all the things they're going to do. And this is the respect they get. And I think of Lou Mizell's bullet-riddled body laying there in that street. And all the other police officers in this city that have been injured or killed in the line of duty, and all the ones still to come. And this is the respect they get. And then I think of all of these, the workers in the offices that toil day in, day out, and nobody thinks about them. But they're the ones that make it all possible for the rest of us to do all this. And this is the respect they get. And we deserve better. We've earned it. We have earned the respect to be treated better than this. And if you're up there, if you want to have the respect that you're expecting from us, earn it. You got two ways you can earn that respect. One is to vote this thing down, start fresh, work with the employees and the unions, and come up with something that's workable for all of us, or sit down with them, take the time it's going to take, do the amendments that are necessary, and make something that's going to work for all of us. Ball's in your court. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Did you say you've been an employee for 28 years?
This is my 28th year, yes.
Yeah, pretty passionate, and I can understand. Why have you stayed so long?
Well, first off, I can tell you this. The Anchorage Fire Department is one of the finest, most progressive, most forward-thinking emergency services in this country. I'm very proud to be a part of it. I looked out in the crowd earlier today, and I saw 4 retirees that were all part of my original crew, and they took on the unenviable task of trying to turn this arrogant little, you-know-what, into a reasonably competent fireman. And I like to think somewhere along the way they finally were successful. And I look out, and I also see a whole bunch of guys that were I was part of their first crew, and I try to do that for them. I'm trying to help in whatever little way I can to turn them into reasonably competent firemen. And all the things the guys before me did for me, this is my way of trying to pay them back, and I figure my job's not done till I'm not capable of doing this job anymore.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I have one other question. So what significant changes do you see happening if this ordinance is passed?
Well, if this ordinance passes in its entirety, I'm picturing how we're going to recruit new employees. Come work for the Anchorage Fire Department. Guarantee that you will make less money every year that you're here than the year before. That's going to work really good. And I see some of the things in there having to do with the staffing and manning. And right now, the Anchorage Fire Department is the type of department people want to come to work from. We get people from all over the country coming to work here. If this ordinance passes, I think we will probably end up becoming what we call a training department. We will be a department where people come in, they get their job, they work here for 5 years, then they go work for a real department somewhere. That's basically what I see in our future.
I appreciate that. And just one comment. I respect you and every single one of our employees, and I'm honored to have earned your respect.
Well,
Thank you.
There are some of you that have earned it. I'm hoping some more will try. Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening.
I'm Cindy Calzada, C-A-L-Z-A-D-A. And I wrote down a few of my thoughts as I was sitting here. I wanted to say.
Ma'am, if you could speak a little bit more into the microphone, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
AO 37 is a terrible ordinance which begins with the destruction of the livelihood of working people in this city. More than that, it dishonors and disrespects the memory of all those who fought and died for union rights we have today. With this bill, you begin the systematic dismantling of what the working class built over centuries of fighting. You will begin a downward spiral that will put us back to the 60s with turmoil and unhappiness running rampant. I implore you to vote down AO 37.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Andy Fry. Last name spelled F-R-Y-E. I am an electrician with ML&P Generation Division. Electrician in title, but a lot of other places they would call us turbine technicians, instrument techs, controls experts. I could start describing what I do and all your eyes would glaze over, you'd be bored, and my 3 minutes would be gone and I'd still have half an hour to go. I'll impress you with this. If my screwdriver slips and I pull the wrong wire, that's thousands of dollars of revenue that the city is losing because the generator just turned off. As I said, I've been working for ML&P for 2 years. In that time, I've just scratched the surface of what it takes to work there. I've barely gotten into the real depths of some of the systems. We really need to keep our long-term employees. We have to keep our long-term employees. If we don't, we're going to lose reliability. Those people that have been there for a long time are training me. If they weren't there, we'd be bringing up guys from out of state. The experts from GE, they cost about $30,000 a week. That's a lot more than I get paid, a lot more than any of those guys get paid. We need to keep those people around. I wrote a lot of stuff down. A lot of people have already covered it, and I won't take up too much more of your time, other than just to say that in addition to the electricians, we do have operators that are incredibly skilled. Our mechanics do things that I have no idea how they do it. They kind of work miracles, treating pieces of equipment that can weigh in excess of 10,000 pounds like a piece of glass and get it within tolerances of thousandths of an inch. Not everybody can do that. Those people aren't available. And if wages and benefits are cut, they will go someplace else, and ML&P will basically go down the tubes. And that's about all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lorena Hernandez. That's Hernandez. I am a lifelong Alaskan, and I am a member of the APDEA. I am an evidence technician at the Anchorage Police Department. Currently, there are 9 evidence technicians and 1 evidence clerk. We are responsible for the chain of custody for all the property and evidence for the municipality of Anchorage. To become an evidence technician, You must pass a physical, psychological test, and 6-month field training program. As an evidence technician, I have been stuck by a needle and required series of shots for 6 months and several HIV tests. I have also had animal discharge while processing evidence. Why am I telling you this? Because I love this job. It takes a special kind of person to do what we do. We handle biohazard, dangerous goods, drugs, money, firearms. We are held to a higher standard, as we should be. To outsource these jobs is to lose a quality employee. As a Muni employee, I can honestly say we have your back. We are always watching over our Muni employer, and we are making sure that we are abiding by its laws and procedures. An outsourced employee will not have the best interest of the municipality of Anchorage. We at the Anchorage Police Department work as a team. We all have a part in serving and protecting the citizens of Anchorage. Patrol officers are frontline, but the support staff standing next to them is essential to your local law enforcement. Why would you jeopardize that? I know that when a business is facing a financial crisis, they must make changes. My family owns 5 businesses in Anchorage. I, too, am a local business owner. I know what it is to look at the bottom line and to make hard decisions. But a division in an organization is failure. Don't divide us, unite us. Let us all work as a team to reach a positive and productive outcome. To rush and pass this ordinance is to jeopardize the safety of the citizens of Anchorage. On a personal level, I would like to introduce my daughter, Angelica Hess, to the Assembly and Mayor Sullivan. She is your future. She is a freshman at UAA studying in the criminal justice program. She wants to serve. We are not numbers. We are people. And we need your respect and we need your understanding. You cannot write us on a piece of paper and just call it so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
I just wanted to thank her comments in introducing our future, and I appreciate her comments. Thank you.
You can hardly tell that's her daughter.
I know. Like sisters.
Good evening.
Hi there. My name is Renee Madafri. Do you want me to spell it?
Yes, please step closer to the mic. And yes, please.
Modafffari.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just wanted to put a face to a municipal worker. So I grew up between the Copper Basin, Kenny Lake, and Eagle River. I am currently raising my family here in Peters Creek. I work for the APD Detective Division in Property Crimes as the pawn clerk. The workforce in property crimes has decreased while the workload has increased. I am currently doing the job of 2 people. The other pawn clerk position was cut. The city ordinance and state statute requires that all Anchorage pawn shops report all of their transactions to APD. I enter vast amounts of information into the department database, along with assisting the department detectives research investigations, primarily for property crimes. I have built a strong relationship with pawn shops, and all of these moving parts play a huge role in getting stolen property returned to the victims in a timely manner. My position helps to facilitate successful prosecution of individuals charged with theft or burglary who have stolen and pawned items. This has a direct impact in the overall safety and well-being of Anchorage, with property crimes that have been reported to APD with identified suspects not being handled due to the lack of personnel needed for successful criminal prosecution. I have worked here 5 years and I truly enjoy my job. I enjoy my coworkers and the management staff. It is very apparent that there is an invaluable amount of experience and skill within our department. I am a single income family. My primary goal is to raise my children to be quality, productive, law-abiding citizens. My job is the key and foundation for this goal. My concern is if this ordinance passes, I will be facing job instability. And lastly, I'm not sure if you have, but I would encourage you to walk through our halls, communicate with us, sit in dispatch for a shift, or go on a ride-along before voting on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman has a question.
Renil, real quick question.
Sorry.
I know you said you've been here about 5 years, and I remember, and you came on. If your benefits or your pay were drastically cut, would it perhaps force you to be looking elsewhere?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Ken McMillan, McMillan. I work at AFD Maintenance Shop. I've been there for going on 19 years. I wasn't born up here, but I've been in Anchorage for 49 years. My kids have all grown up here and graduated and gone to college. And Anchorage here has a sense of belonging to lots of people. We are fortunate we don't have a real high sales property tax or sales tax or even a state income tax. We do get a permanent fund to help offset some of the residents' expenses on what it costs to live up here. But we do persevere, and it's not for everybody. There's in the mechanics field, it's hard to get anyone to come up here to live, to work and bring their family up here. They either hate it or love it, and it's just hard to get people to commit to years of service. I was enticed from the private sector when I first started with the fire department in '94. It was not the pay that was the driving force, but it was the stability and the great retirement. I was always working out in the field, and it took me 11, 12 years before I was able to start making more money, bringing home more money before working with the municipality than I was in the private sector. And I did get paid incentives, even in the private sector. I had product updates that I was had to study, I had tests to take, and I was compensated with an hourly wage for maintaining a certification in that. And I could say, just in my years here in Anchorage, the quality of the public servants has increased tremendously. They're caring individuals. They're trained. Even in my job title itself, we get out to have to pick up a vehicle or deliver it somewhere with my supervisor, and there was a elderly lady broke down, and she had a little dog, and it was all shivering and everything. Well, we stopped and lent assistance and took care of her. Now, if I was in the private sector, I would be not able to do that because, we serve the community here. And that just means, exactly that. We can't just drive by and see someone in need and not make sure that they could at least get a call and render some kind of help. But I would hope that we would learn to, do as, not have the attitude of do as I say, but do as I do, and lead by an example to everybody, because that's what we're built on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening.
Good evening. Members of the Assembly, Mr. Chairman, my name is Joe Polowy, P-O-L-O-W-Y. I'm a treatment plant operator for the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. I attend St. Andrews Parish, and I am a United States Marine. But tonight I come before you as a homeowner, a taxpayer, and a ratepayer. I address you all with the respect you are due as elected officials and public servants. Firstly, I would like to thank Mr. Flynn, Mr. Trainey, Mr. Honeman, Ms. Gray-Jackson, Ms. Osiander, and Mr. Hall for your continued support of municipal employees in this city. Ms. Frasca, I welcome this opportunity for you to demonstrate your support. Your tireless efforts do not go unnoticed or unappreciated. As for Mr. Birch and Ms. Johnston, despite being diametrically opposed to the employees' bargaining rights, I would like to thank you for all your service in the areas in which you aid our fair city. In 2011, I was given the opportunity to speak to you in these chambers concerning the approval of the arbitrator's decision for the plumber's contract. Unfortunately, it failed by 1 vote. Of the 4 members that voted no, 2 men voted no for reasons that I would like to address tonight, as I am here to convince you to vote no on 37. Mr. Trombley, when you explained that you would be a no vote because many of your constituents are in Social Security or retired military, and you could not face them after voting for an increase in our pay that they did not receive, I respected that. But I have also went back and did my homework. My last raise was 2.5% July of 2009. Social Security recipients have received an increase of 11.1%, and retired military over 7%, all since 2009. I encourage you to be open to all the facts of this case before voting on it. Finally, I would like to address Mr. Bill Starr, one of my 2 representatives from Chugiak Eagle River area. You, sir, spoke during that time about earning our respect for your hard work, about fair process and the lack of it for those negotiations, about how a supermajority vote in that instance was ridiculous, and that how the Assembly was not well represented in those negotiations, and that you personally wanted a second bite of the apple to fix the problems inherent in those proceedings. Here, sir, is your opportunity. Here is your chance to distinguish your characteristics with a bedrock of principles, with a moral compass, a vision, and the ability to build a consensus to achieve that vision. That is what separates a politician from a statesman. Last night was the culmination of over 10 years of hard work by members of this body, committees and constituents for Title 21. Surely you can recognize that the difference of debating land use regulations for a decade versus implementing regulations over thousands of civil servants and their families in a few short weeks without work sessions, committees, or input from all concerned parties. If you did that, if you spearheaded a consensus on labor regulations and made sure that this city as a whole did its due diligence and made sure that costs were kept down, but the institutional operations were still maintained. If you did that, you would earn more than our respect. You would earn our vote. Please, sir, consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I have one more thing, Mr. Chairman. Everyone at AWWU would like to remind everyone that during the windstorms earlier this winter, that the water never stopped flowing. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Michael Hoffmeyer. Last name is spelled Hofmayer, and I strongly oppose Ordinance 37. I've been an employee with the Anchorage Fire Department for the last 13 years, currently holding the position as a fire apparatus engineer. I want to share with you how this ordinance would affect me. Each time I start a work shift, I have no idea what emergencies arise over the next 24 hours. Every single day, I put my uniform on and I'm ready to respond. The only thing certain is that a fair labor contract between the municipality and the Anchorage firefighters is in place. This contract is the foundation and the cornerstone for great working environment for all employees of the Anchorage Fire Department. Collective bargaining and the current ordinance as written has worked well for decades. Again, I strongly oppose 37, and I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, now which one of you are going to be speaking?
I'll be speaking, but
You-
I reserve her right to speak.
All
as
right,
well.
all right.
My name is Julie Sopp. This is my daughter, Alyssa. My husband, Chris, and I own a home in South Anchorage. I started my career in the records section of the Anchorage Police Department in June of 2000. In January of 2004, I transferred to dispatch as the dispatch clerk. One of my main responsibilities in dispatch is to process the false alarm billing for the Anchorage Police Department. Since transferring to the department, I have processed in excess of my annual salary every year in false alarm fees. I talk to upset citizens on the phone on a regular basis and explain the false alarm municipal code to them. I try my best to have the conversation end in a positive way. I've been in the dispatch room during many emergencies, and it's impressive to see how the room comes together to handle these emergencies. A 911 call taker may be in one corner of the room talking to a victim, while a 911 call taker in the opposite corner of the room is talking to a suspect. And the 911 call takers are trained to listen to each other in addition to the caller that they're talking to on the phones. As an employee, I am proud to say that I work for the Anchorage Police Department in the dispatch center and the municipality of Anchorage. I take pride in my work, and I would like to finish my career with the Anchorage Police Department in another 17 years. Prior to starting my career at APD, I had no idea how significant each department within APD was to everyday function of the department. I believe that outsourcing part of the department would disrupt the functionality of APD, which would in turn affect the citizens of Anchorage. Another part of my job is making copies of 911 phone calls for court. I've heard the professionalism of our 911 dispatchers and call takers talking to citizens in many distressing situations. I can't stress enough the importance of the magnitude of phenomenal training that our dispatchers and call takers receive. How these 911 phone calls are handled make or break a court case and can bring a conviction or let a person off free. My 9-month-old daughter, Alyssa, was born with her heart on the right side instead of the left. She also has scoliosis, plagiocephaly, and some other medical issues. I take Alyssa to physical therapy at Providence Hospital every Friday. That's my day off, one of my days off. My current schedule allows me to take her to physical therapy and other doctor appointments on my day off. I rely on knowing my schedule so that I can prepare for childcare while I'm working. I'm concerned that if this ordinance passes and seniority is eliminated, my schedule will change, which will prohibit me from taking Alyssa to her appointments on Fridays. Her physical therapy has been an important factor in her ability to sit up on her own, and I'm proud to say she's now starting to crawl. All of this after being told she may not survive 4 months. Thankfully, I do not have to work overtime, nor have I been forced to work overtime, but I am concerned that if this ordinance passes, it may come to that due to the lack of interest in municipal jobs. Let's keep Anchorage a great place to live and keep municipal services running smoothly. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Julie. We have a question. Mr. Trini?
Thank you, ma'am. As a police dispatch operator, do you have access to NCIC when calls are made to you?
I do, but just to clarify, I don't answer the 911 calls. I'm a dispatch clerk.
Okay, but do you have access to that system?
Yes, sir. APSN and NCIC.
You have to have security clearance to get into it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And if I have any type of violation, I would be restricted and ultimately fired from my position.
I worried about that being outsourced because that kind of information going outside here, outside the confines of this town is not good for us. Thank you, ma'am, for all your service to the city.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Julie. Good evening.
Good evening, Assembly. My name is Margie Tidwell, Tidwell. I am a 911 police dispatcher, and I've been with the Anchorage Police for going on 19 years this year, and almost 10 years before that with the Alaska State Troopers, so you can really say nobody's heard the troubles that I've heard. I am concerned about this proposition. It's not going to affect me because I'm going to be retiring, yay, but I am worried about what's going to happen after I leave. It says better in a poem that I found. I didn't write this, but it says, "Dear Lord, help me keep safe those who depend on me. Give me healthy ears, for they are my link to those who need me. Keep my mind sharp and alert, my fingers quick and nimble. Grant that I never forget how to do 10 things at once, and to do them all equally well. Bless me with patience, Lord. Patience with to deal with the public, with the officers and the assembly. Give me nerves of steel that I may listen to a mother screaming for her child to live and the man with a gun, or an officer yelling for backup, and not to give away to the panic that you can feel. Grant me empathy that I may help the battered wife, the rape victim, the abused child, and not cause them more pain than they have already had. Give me the ability to learn and what I need to remember and the knowledge to use them properly. Bless my family, Lord, for they have to make sacrifices, shift work, overtime, canceled plans, times when I can't do just one more thing. Help them understand why I couldn't go to the ball games, school programs, or miss dinners. And then, Lord, give me the patience to persevere when I feel like I might be undervalued, unappreciated, overworked, and unrecognized. Courage is trying to keep when sometimes you think it's kind of hopeless. Help me never forget why I chose this job in the first place. Help me to remember to make a difference, however small it may seem some days, and then it does matter. I am the dispatcher, Lord. Grant me that peace. I am so worried because there's going to be a lot of us timing out here in the next year in dispatch alone, and I don't even know how many in the department. And with the new things, with benefits that are cut, what incentive are people going to have to work? I spent more time with my coworkers on holidays and special events than my family because that's the code of ethics. And I'm glad to see all the other union members that I can see that are also brothers and sisters in the way they are, and that that's the way it is in the Anchorage Police Department too. So please don't crush it. I'm going to live here after all this, and I don't, just because I'm leaving there, I want it to remain good, and I can see potential for disaster. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Margie. Mr. Harleman?
Margie, I know you said, I didn't realize you were planning on retiring soon, but everybody works to that day. I hope that they can make it and do well. The concern I know you voiced, what do you have a suggestion or solution of what we could do with this particular ordinance as proposed? Is there something that you think we could do?
Well, we have a saying in dispatch. Common sense is not that common. This ordinance makes no sense at all to me. It really doesn't. And I just wish that, it's the benefits have been taken away a lot of the newer people that are in Tier 4. You got to have some incentive to do and keep going. And I say when you're going through hell, keep going. You need to have that incentive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mark Smith. I am the Vehicle Maintenance Foreman for Solid Waste Services. I had a speech planned out. There's just no way to cover everything. The things that I see that concern me the most, and it would be personally, along with realizing that we need to get our budget under control in the municipality, also as a taxpayer, a homeowner, a father, a grandfather, so on and so forth. If we contract out, just with garbage trucks alone, they get caught on fire, the work isn't done properly, you end up doing it over again yourself at some time and point. You triple the cost in a lot of cases. Sometimes it's done right, sometimes it's done well. But it's a luck of the draw thing. I've been there 17 years. I've been a mechanic my entire life. I don't ever remember doing anything else. Didn't play baseball, didn't play softball, soccer, any of those kind of things. I mean, I grew up doing this. The professionalism you get and the knowledge you get by having long-term employees who are doing this kind of thing, the experience alone, to being able to kind of parent your guys that work under you, teach them, mentor them, whether they're servicemen, mechanics, or whatever, it's invaluable. Same thing in the police force, same thing in the fire department, everywhere else. You can't replace that if we get rid of things like longevity, so on and so forth. It's already getting bad enough trying to keep these people here. They're all ready to go. Hell, I'm ready to go. I can't make a good living here anymore. That's just the truth. And if you lose those people, like I said, you're going to put those trucks out there in other people's hands. You're not going to get the right work done. You may after some time, but it's going to take you a while. The military did it. They tried to get rid of my MOS in the Army. They failed. Not possible. You're welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you very much for allowing us to come up and speak. I'll be brief. First off, my name is Kurt Levin. I work at Bering Street in the Parks Department. We would maintain all the city's vehicles, fire department, or I'm sorry, the snow plows, graders, police cars, and all that. So we run a lot of stuff through there. We keep about 10 shelves full of parts in there, maybe 11, and that's it. We've already been cut to the bone. Okay, we have been cut for the last 3 years, and it's very disheartening to hear that, well, you know, all the cuts we've done, they're not worth it, they're not working. I'm also a resident taxpayer here in Anchorage. I hope to think that I'm a valued employee for the city. Before that, I was in the United States Air Force. And while I was in the Air Force, I was a quality assurance evaluator on many of the contracts around Anchorage, around Alaska. Multi-year, multi-million-dollar contracts. And I will tell you, after going out to many of the sites, they don't add up. Eventually, it's going to cost you more when you subcontract out. That's just the way it is. You're going to hear things like above and beyond. You're going to hear all kinds of other little phrases that after that first year, all of a sudden the prices start going up and going up. And that's just the way it is. I've seen it continuously, and I'm afraid that's going to happen here if you subcontract this out. It's just the fact of life. The other thing I want to say is you've got a lot of great people here that work in Anchorage and work for this city, myself included. I'm proud to be a member of this union. I'm proud to be a member of this community. And I hope that you guys understand that what you do tonight and what you do with this affects everybody personally and their families, not just the people you see here. It goes on and on and on. With that, I hope you all vote right and really take this into consideration and look at the human value here and vote it down, please.
Kurt, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Trainee has a question.
Yes.
Sir, thanks for being here. I spent 39 years in the military, and that was my view, too, because every time we contracted it out, first year, yeah, we saved the money.
Exactly.
From there on, it's just down the hill.
It goes up and up. It's ridiculous. It really is.
Thanks for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. My name is Michael Couturier, Couturier.
Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Assembly members, he's not there. Sorry. I just wanted to try and change it up a little bit because you're getting a lot of heartfelt testimony of this, so I thought I'd sort of keep it with facts tonight and hopefully leave some time for you to ask me some questions that you might be interested in knowing. But I got to tell you who I am. So I've been in Alaska 23 years, and family, kids, grandfather, grandkids, all that. I'm a 20-year Army veteran, and both a soldier and a commander with combat experience. I was a commander of an organization larger than the Anchorage Police Department, where I now work, and loved every moment of it, and didn't get any overtime while I was there either, in the Army, that is. For the last 17 years, I've been serving the public here, which sort of equals somebody else's time earlier of 37 years of carrying a weapon and serving our country. I'm telling you these things because every one of those things comes to every call I go on and to every case I'm assigned. I don't come as a police officer to a situation. I come as a person. And all of these things are part of who I am. For 5 years, I was your expert hiring representative for the Anchorage Police Department. I was the supervisor of the recruiting effort, and I was the supervisor for the background unit, which vetted those applications. I've also been on the last two contract negotiation teams for the Anchorage Police Department and the municipality, and enjoyed both of those experiences and learned a lot. I'm also a super voter. I think that's important because I'm involved in my community like many most people here are. I would imagine there's a lot of super voters in the room. I was struck earlier by the fact that most people giving testimony, I'm hearing all their years of service. Like myself, 17 years, 3 years from retirement, 40 years done, I'm out. But I'm not hearing from the 1 year or 2 year employees. I think they actually may be fearful to talk to you. I really think that they're feeling threatened. I know that the climate at the Anchorage Police Department has drastically changed, unfortunately, over the last few weeks, and it tears at me. It really does. But I said I was going to talk about facts rather than emotions, so I'm going to tell you some facts. In January of 2009, when we stopped recruiting in backgrounds and I went back to patrol, and was happy to do that, I love patrol, we had 415 officers. 415.
Try to summarize for me
quickly. Here's a summary, and it's pretty impactful. We're missing now 70 of those officers. 65. 65. We'll go with 65. I'm open to questions.
Okay. Mr. Honeman?
I know you may have some information or insight. Over the years now, we've lost a few things that we've been able to, as a municipal employer, to personnel, and one of those was the Tier 4, if you will, the defined contribution versus benefit program. That, connected to anything that looks like the ordinance that you see, what are your concerns and what are some suggested solutions? How can we fix this?
Right about the time we were closing down recruiting is when it was just prior to that they were after the retirement, at the state level, and of course we did battle and lost there. And it entirely changed our approach to gain applicants. The selection rate in recruiting is 5%. So every 100 apply after the vetting process, 5 make it to the academy, 3 make it out of that. So you can see what the cost is, and the training for each one of those is $100,000 a copy-ish. What will happen is what I'm hearing around already through friends and subordinates at this point, and that is that they won't be able to afford to stay because they now have a 401k that basically is their own retirement, which is no guarantee of anything as we see the stock market. And they can't know how the assembly is going to be leaning left or right on any given year or any given group. So those are too large of risks, and they're going to have to leave. We're now starting recruiting for a new academy, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays into that. And it's just too early to tell, but it's not good, of course.
Any suggested solutions to fix?
I was on those 2 negotiating teams. We were all very civil. We went back and forth. Everybody did their job. We ended up with a contract both sides agreed to. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And here we are with a very good, well-respected police department, fire department, labor unions. I just got to say this. People come to me all the time and they say, I just want to tell you, because I know no one else does, that the Anchorage Police Department does a really good job, and so does the fire department. And I got to tell them back, I hear that all the time, but thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
Sir.
Appreciate you coming down.
Thank you, sir.
Had a chance to work closely with Derek and the department. I met with them.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure I'll meet with them again. And I've heard their perspective. I'm just wondering, is there any specific language that you can point to right now in the ordinance that you say you don't like, that you want to see changed, wording changes, suggestions to make it better, eliminate it? Is there anything you can point to specifically that would help me out?
I'm sorry. No. What I would point to is a lack of language. The lack of language that doesn't specify.
Give me an example.
Binding arbitration.
You mean the elimination of it, or?
The elimination of binding arbitration. I think every union here wants to keep an independent party between the administration and each given union. And I think losing that is the devastating. You can look at the more minor things. None of it's minor, but the loss of binding arbitration is for lack of a better word, a coup de grace, if you will, of collective bargaining as we know it.
Sure. And as you probably know this, only police and fire have binding arbitration. Everything else goes to an arbitrator, at which point the arbitrator's decision comes to the assembly anyway. So the only two bargaining units that have it are police and fire. From your perspective,
Yes.
and I generally want to know, what is it, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but what is it that makes police and fire, I understand the striking issue, that police and fire can't strike, totally, I understand that. But what is it about police and fire that places them above all the other bargaining units for binding arbitration? What specialty is it?
I'm not sure.
Because I do struggle with that aspect as well, of the eliminating the binding arbitration. We're not eliminating the arbitrator. The arbitrator still comes in, fact finder, mediator. That's all still allowed in this. But
yes, sir.
But I am genuinely, and if you can't answer it now, I'd be happy to talk to you later. But I do wonder what it is.
You know, it's tough to stand up here in front of these other 7 unions and say that we're somehow special, and when they're all fighting for their lives just like we are.
And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. I just for lack of a better.
No, I absolutely know that you don't mean it that way. I guess, so to speak for my own union, the binding arbitration is number one, but after that, the whole structure that we are familiar with is looking at, and we know that it's the only way it can work, having lived through it for a number of years, obviously, and tried other things and returned to what we do now. Is, you know, for instance, a seniority issue, which we could talk about for hours, and how that is a basis for nearly everything we do. And it's earned, so everybody's okay with it.
Sure, and I understand that. I think arbitration's only been used, binding arbitration only been used, once in the last 40 years, or I mean, it's been something like that. Sure.
Which is exactly why it needs to be there, because it makes us all civil and willing to compromise and willing to give concessions when needed, when asked. Thank you, Mayor, for these return. You know, and giving them back 3% or 6% or some benefit. We've all done that. Every union sitting out here, I think, has done that. So because that's over us, that binding arbitration works 2 ways, and it's very effective.
Sure. And I appreciate your time. You just bring a different perspective, being that you've been on the other side of the table in bargaining units, so in negotiations, as you say. So thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
you, Michael.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Hall, Mr. Mayor, and Assembly members. My name is Cindy Stanton, S-T-A-N-T-O-N, and I've been a member of the Anchorage Police Department for over 18 years. In that service, I did spend 2 years as the Community Council Liaison Sergeant, and met a lot of you people and spent a lot of time in this Assembly meeting hall and in your communities. And it's amazing to me that the power that we put into your guys' hands and the decisions that you make on a daily basis or a monthly basis for this community. And when something big comes to light, we pack the assembly meetings. I wish that people, even myself, other than those 2 years, would become more involved in the whole entire public process. One of the things that was looked at, or was just beginning to get looked at when I started as the community liaison, was the rewrite of the Title 21, which I didn't even know what that was. So I learned a lot in my job. But what I saw was a lot of community input. It was something that was certainly going to change the landscape of our community. And just last night, evidently, you approved the whole thing, so that's great. But I think this rewrite of the Chapter 37 is also going to change the landscape of our community. And I think that it deserves, as well as the people of Anchorage and your municipal workers and really the citizens of Anchorage, deserve more time to hear what it's about, hear what changes you're making and why you're making them. I'm all about change. I think that updating a document that was written in 1980 or 1989 or whatever it was is important. How it will affect me right now for the last 6 years since I left the community, I've been the Crimes Against Children supervisor. When I first started the job, we had significantly more detectives in that unit. When I came to the community council meetings, one of the things that I was allowed to do was, and encouraged to do, was let people know what was happening in their community, what kind of crimes, the number of law enforcement officers we have. I don't do that anymore. The atmosphere has changed. I'll just tell you, I have significantly less detectives in the Crimes Against Children unit. We investigate, and I can only tell you how this is going to affect me as a supervisor. We investigate murdered children. We investigate sexually assaulted children. We investigate physically abused children, only at a felony level. I assigned 350 cases last year. A majority of those could be unclassified felony, just like a homicide. The one you guys keep asking, what effect is this going to have, and I'll wrap it up because I saw my red light.
Thank you.
Is what we do, the one thing that I noticed is the working the extra 10 hours without getting paid. And I don't know of any business person who on a regular basis calls people in and doesn't pay them. It's very difficult with the low number of detectives that I have to actually get people to come in on Thanksgiving when there's a dead baby, when they'd rather be with their family, even if they're getting paid. I can't imagine calling people and trying to get them to come in when they're not going to get paid.
Thank you. A couple of questions, Cindy. Mr. Honeman?
Real briefly, I asked this, do you have a suggestion on how we can approach this AO37? I remember you said, and I know you're pretty adept at reading through it, and maybe you've not read fully, but do you have any ideas or suggestions how I could fix this, or suggestions of what we should do going forward?
Well, I guess what I'm asking for is more time to digest it, more time to have communication with people. I am evidently obsessed with my Crimes Against Children world, and I haven't really I don't know how I can tell you how to fix it other than invite participation of the people that are involved, not just all the union members who are here packing the area, but also citizens. When I went to these community meetings, people, I would tell them about sexual abused children and murdered children in their community, and time after time, it just amazed me that they kept talking about speeders in their neighborhood, and they kept complaining about the officers at the Sullivan Arena not doing anything. And it was hard for me to let them, because what they see is what's in front of them. They don't hear about and they don't see the detectives that are getting called in for these other types of crimes, and that's how the overtime, I guess I'm kind of thinking of the overtime issue. And then a little bit more time should be spent on it. There is no definition of benefits. We're talking about benefits. You have a lot of other things defined, but you don't have benefits defined in there. So it seems to me just maybe more time for everybody to explain and digest what it's about.
Mr. Attorney?
Cindy, it's good to see you again.
Thank
You were with a breath of fresh air when you'd come to community council because the people did complain about speed bumps, and you know what? It's still on at every community council. So it's good to see you again, ma'am.
Thank you,
Have a
sir.
good night.
Thank you, Cindy. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Valerie Johnson, and I'm a teacher with the Anchorage School District. Right now, I normally would be grading and prepping and planning for my days, but I'm spent the last few hours standing in line, and I guess I have a little bit better bladder because of that teaching training. I feel I'm an employee of the Anchorage School District, and I also feel I'm an employee of the municipality of Anchorage. I really believe that. And I'm not an employee of the union, but I strongly believe in my union, and I believe in all the unions that are represented here today. I am grateful for them, and I want to say that I'm also really proud of the firemen and police that have actually helped me in situation when I broke my neck in a car wreck. And that's definitely something I would not want privatized in any means, is firemen, ambulance, and paramedics in that manner. Unions are really valuable. They're not just there for fighting and arguing. They're there to do the job that all these municipal employees and teachers also and civil employees need somebody to go before them to negotiate. That's not what I want to do. I want to teach. I want policemen to protect. I want firefighters to help us and protect our homes and save lives. And I want the services to happen in the city without interruption. And privatizing and taking away negotiating power would not help anybody. I'm saddened by what has happened, but I'm not surprised. People blindly trusted who they voted for in the last election. And if this was talked about during the campaign and honesty was put forth, I think we'd be looking at a different assembly, and we would be definitely looking at a different mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Unions negotiate. They do their job. In the past many, many years and many, many times, unions have negotiated and employees have taken a pay freeze and have done it willingly. They voted for it. They voted for it when their unions came back and said, this is what we have to vote for. Why? Because it was for the good of the people. Because at that time, we didn't have the funds to move forward and get raises. And it's not like we get big, giant raises anyways. Cost of living, whoo, barely at that, sometimes half of it. This ordinance is an offense to the employees that have provided dedicated services for years to the city. It is a political agenda that does not represent what Anchorage wants, but what a few businessmen on our assembly desire. Without collective bargaining, what incentive is there for employees or management to deliver proper working conditions and benefits to the middle class? Furthermore, unions have provided a solid option for those students who are not college bound. And I want to wrap up. I believe most of us would find proper working conditions, would not find them without unions. And the morale of people who are not content in their job would reflect in the way they treat the public. Do not support this proposal.
Thank you, Valerie.
Good evening. My name is Todd Loy, L-O-Y is last. I'm a resident of South Anchorage and a employee of the Anchorage Fire Department. I've served in the fire service, EMS, as a EMT and paramedic for 19 years and been lucky enough to be up here in Anchorage for 11. I'm not actually going to stand in front of you and tell you how this affects me, but I really want to tell you how it affects you as my neighbors in Anchorage. The two big things that this is going to do, it's all about budget. This whole thing came forth because of budget. And you guys control the budget. The budget comes from you. It comes from the mayor and his administration. What really concerns me about this AO 37 is that you're now unfortunately tasked with, well, how do we need to spend our budget? You're not only telling us what we have, but you're now going to tell all of the unions now how to spend it and what the best way is for them to manage the budget you've given them. And that's going to have a significant effect in that I hope everybody up there is now a mechanic and is an engineer and is an electrician and a firefighter and a police officer, all the way to everything that you give money to, you are now in charge of, which that strikes me as deeply concerning. That I'm going to now look to you on how my day goes, and how that's going to affect you is that. You're now my boss, and you've always been my boss at the great level, but you now actually really need to tell me what to do on a daily basis. And I look to you to run our city, and hopefully you do it well because that's what you're good at. We all like living in Anchorage. I like living in Anchorage. You obviously like living in Anchorage. You're here because we have good services. We have a good streets department. We have a good parks department. We have a good police department, a good fire department. I don't need to tell you we have good things. You are the grand people making those things happen. And you, specifically to the administration, they hire good people to run those departments and to figure out how to spend the money that you give us. So I don't see why this is needed to say, no, now we want to have even more control over what you do. You hold the purse strings. You have a lot of control. Please let us, as the people doing the work, decide what the best way is to serve our neighbors, to serve each other. My previous years, 8 years outside of here, I worked in bad places to work. I fought hard to get the job that I have up here. I don't want a place that says, and I've been told this in previous employment, if you don't like the way we run it, go ahead and leave. I've got 100 other people who want your job. So I did. I left. I found a place that said, no, we want to listen to you. We want to know your input. And I've had 11 great years of being able to give input. And my input, I feel, over the past week, 2 weeks, has just been silenced. So, thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Good evening.
It's good morning, actually, sir. My name is Ryan Rockham, and I'm one of your ultra cheerful midnight shift police officers. In July will mark my 16th year here with the municipality, and counting my time as a reserve police officer and a volunteer firefighter, I have nearly 20 years of experience as a public servant. I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. As a police officer here in Anchorage, I've dedicated myself to the service of this community. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Washington State University. Go Cougs. I have thousands of hours of training in various police topics. I spent 8 years on the SWAT team, 2 years as a school resource officer. I've been a field training officer for the last 12 years and served as one of the department's firearms instructors. I have twice been awarded the department's Medal of Valor, in addition to nearly 15 letters of appreciation and commendation. I was honored as part of the municipality's work unit of the year as a school resource officer. All this is not the foundation for an I Love Me wall, but it just goes to show that I take pride in serving my community. For the next 6 months, I will be on temporary assignment in the background investigation and recruiting unit, preparing for the next police academy. The high standards that we set forth for ourselves result in relatively few successful applicants. During a job fair at UAA last week or the week before, I was approached by a young woman who was in her early 20s. She was articulate, outspoken, professionally dressed, and clearly had an interest in a career in law enforcement. She asked me some very basic entry-level law enforcement job-related questions and then asked, how will the passage of this proposed ordinance affect recruiting and retention at the police department? I explained to her that we would continue to function despite the negative effects of this ordinance would have on the citizens of Anchorage. She thanked me and left without taking any of our information or recruiting materials. So I posed a question to this body. What am I to tell the police applicant who asked about the quality of employment with the municipality? Do I tell someone with a formal education, the municipality thanks you for your dedication and your hard work towards earning that degree, but isn't quite enough to reward you with a small incentive? What am I, more importantly, to tell the lateral police applicant who is perhaps contemplating leaving another police agency within a city that still offers the protection of binding arbitration? Do I tell them thanks? We appreciate the fact that you would bring with you all your previous experience and knowledge. We aren't going to offer you the same protection of your working rights that you enjoy with your current employer, but we sure hope you apply. You see, I came here from Washington after college. I left behind my family and moved here because Anchorage offered me a stable employment, the opportunity for a rewarding career, and the guarantee that in return for hard work, loyalty, and dedication, I would be rewarded by having my working rights protected, that I would not be subjected to random arbitrary application of a vindictive political game. Had I been presented with what the municipality is proposing now, there is no doubt that I would be working somewhere else. This administration has demonized me because I belong to a union, and I'm bombarded with phrases such as overly generous and unsustainable. Overly generous describes the sacrifices of Officer Jason Allen and Officer Gene Mills, both shot multiple times while serving this community. It also describes Officer Randy Hughes and Officer Jennifer Pierce, who were seriously injured in a collision with a drunk driver while protecting our community, to the point where they almost all lost their lives. I'll close with one quick quote from George Orwell. People sleep peacefully in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. So for the safety of this community and the men and women who faithfully serve it in all ways, I urge you to reject this damaging ordinance.
Thank you, Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I will have decorum. Mr. Trainee.
So I remember years ago when we started poaching in other cities. They had cutbacks in Cleveland and other areas, and we'd send our recruiters out from the police department to harvest the best. I fear that if 37 passes, we'll have recruiters coming up from other cities to harvest this city. And that's not good for anybody.
Sir, you are very much correct. We will turn into what is called a training ground. It's very common situations in the lower 48 where you have lower paying, typically southern sheriff's departments that don't pay very well. People will go there and get the job, and then they'll get the experience and the training. And once they've met the basic minimum standard, they'll be either cherry-picked or they'll go on to, other better-paying agencies. And that's
Thank you
just
for your passion and your service to this city, sir. I hope we can meet that as an assembly.
Thank you.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Mr. Harleman?
Briefly, I heard from Sergeant Kateri earlier, and I'm aware of his past acts in recruitment. Have you been looking to see how this department and this municipal employment and benefit package compares to others, and how can we attract that? What do you see if this passes as it is? What's the suggestion? How do we avoid this?
Sir, what I can say is that I would look at this from my standpoint. If I was a experienced lateral police officer coming from out of state or coming from another jurisdiction, presumably to come here to seek employment with the Anchorage Police Department, by far the majority, and I speak only with general knowledge, but the majority of agencies and cities still have some semblance of protection through binding arbitration. And in my mind, that's the most important thing to somebody who's going to get into this line of work, that's going to experience the things that we experience and encounter the dangers and the things that we encounter, is to have that guarantee that at the very least we know that you guys are going to discuss with us, you're going to bargain with us, it's all going to be done in good faith, it's going to be done above board, and it's going to be done with fairness in mind to not only the citizens out here, but all of these men and women that work for you. So that's what it means to me.
Thank you, Ryan.
So, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Bayless, B-A-Y-L-E-S-S. I talked to you folks last year about Truck 11. Unfortunately, this is a much more important issue. Recently, the NFL decided, by golly, our referees are paid too much. And the referees went on strike. And after about 3 weeks of that, they decided, by golly, maybe our referees aren't paid too much. The mayor wants it both ways. You can't have binding arbitration. And, as a fire guy, you can't strike. I can offer you whatever I want. If you don't like it, you can leave. If 100 Anchorage firefighters got off duty one day and said, we don't like it, and left, this is one of the reasons you have binding arbitration, Mr. Trombley. So 100 people just don't go look for a better job one day. Because it takes us 15 months to create an Anchorage firefighter. We start with 500 to 800 applicants. Eventually, we hire 30 to 40 of them. The other reason we have binding arbitration, I believe, is that we understand that you either have the right to strike or you have binding arbitration. We've agreed. Mr. Bell, a conservative, stood with one of my coworkers and said, I wish there was something better. Do you know of anything better? My coworker said, not really. Neither is not better. Neither leaves the employee with one choice. We can quit if the 21 to 30 to 40% pay cut that happens potentially to me in 2015, the way the ordinance is written now, why would I stay for a 30% pay cut? More importantly than me, though, are all the bright, young, talented people that we have sought to hire over the last 10 years in groups of over 30. The folks that we, the union employees, have our pay based on, we're comparator cities that are still paid about what we are. We're not the top of the heap by any means. Unlike some communities, our values in property, our building rate, we're not suffering. What we have here is a political agenda. It comes from originally probably the Koch brothers, who believe that while they are billionaires, other people should make darn little. Police and fire are expected to go and do dangerous things. I've seen dead police officers. I don't like it at all. I've seen dead babies. I don't like it at all. If you get rid of this and start over anew, the community will be far better served. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Trini has a question.
Jim, I've got something here to really cook your noodle. According to this new amendment they want to do to us anyway, what will happen is an issue dealing with fire will come to the Assembly. Well, the Assembly will make the final decision between labor and management. Except if the mayor doesn't like it, then it goes to 8 votes because he can veto a labor contract. That'll cook your noodle.
Well, again, the point is, if the administration and the administration functionally all agree, then we lose.
Thank you.
Take care, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sean Case. I'm a supervisor for the Anchorage Police Department. I've lived in Anchorage for 25 years. I graduated from Service High School, received a bachelor's degree from UAA, and a master's degree from Indiana State University. Currently, I'm assigned to swing shift patrol as a field supervisor. On any given night, I supervise 13 to 18 patrol officers between the hours of 3 p.m. and 1 in the morning. My secondary job for the department is supervising 21 officers who teach arrest and control procedures to both recruits in the academy as well as current officers as part of their continuing education. These instructors are of particular importance because they deal with using governmental force to effect arrests or lawful detention. I find this portion of my job so important that I travel outside Alaska several times a year to expand my knowledge and pass it on to the department. In 2012, I attended 4 out-of-state classes, traveling as far east as Connecticut, costing me personally over $7,600. Because of this training, I've written policies for the department, designed training curriculum, I'm actively involved in reviewing force that the Anchorage Police Department uses. I've met with community groups following major use of force incidents, and I meet with other criminal justice agencies regarding police force, such as the Municipal Prosecutor's Office. I do this because I believe it increases the level of professionalism within the police department and the quality of service that we provide. I'm not one of the few that volunteer my time, money, and annual leave for the good of the community, but one of many. This is what separates the Anchorage Police Department from the majority of police departments across the country. It's the quality of employees that we have. From patrol officers to detectives to records clerks to dispatchers, everyone providing a service to the community in the most professional and compassionate manner possible. Some of my concerns with this particular ordinance is the reduction in annual leave, the potential uncertainty for shift bids and days off, potential FLSA issues relating to work hours worked when officers take annual leave and use training time. These issues, without question, will result in fewer employees being able to provide these extra benefits to the community. From a management standpoint, I am concerned that this ordinance will be detrimental in the areas of recruitment, retention, and department morale. I cannot tell you how proud I am to supervise our current staff, as they are well-trained, disciplined, and of the highest integrity. As a member of this community, we all deserve the continued excellence that the Anchorage Police Department has provided for so many years. I want to go back to a couple things that my colleague said. Sergeant Couturier said that he brings himself to the job. One of the first speakers that we had was Sergeant McKinnon, and he talked about his service that he had prior to coming in, as a medic particularly. It's this type of experience and training and life experiences that we can recruit under our current system with the Anchorage Police Department. This is going to degrade the quality of service that we will eventually have when we can't draw those type of employees to Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Catherine Fierro, and I've lived in Anchorage for 10 years. I have a degree from UNLV. I am a APD dispatcher and emergency call taker. I have worked as a public servant for 8 years. I work mid-shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which is when most of you are at home with your family or sleeping. It's busy, hectic, and stressful. We take calls about shootings, stabbings, rapes, and domestic violence. We find intoxicated people and get them help even when they have no idea where they are. I am a CIT dispatcher, which means I've been trained to help mental health citizens. I help your friends and family members when they are in crisis, whether it's a car accident, heart attack, or assault. I love my job and the amazing dedicated people that I work with, both in dispatch and on the street. Before coming to APD in 2005, I was a receptionist at a title insurance company. That was how I paid the bills. My true passion was flying, and I was working on my certified flight instructor rating. I wanted to gain enough flight hours so I could become a bush pilot and eventually work for an airline. That dream was taken away when I was diagnosed with MS, multiple sclerosis, in 2004 at the age of 34. I could no longer fly because the FAA has an issue with neurological diseases. So I had to find a new job. It had to have longevity, security, good pay, benefits, and a retirement. I was amazingly lucky to find all of that and more as a police dispatcher at APD. Why do I tell you this? My disease has a lot of the same characteristics as this ordinance. Like MS, it is arbitrary and unfair. I thought I had found a career that would carry me through retirement, one where I could help make a difference in the lives of many people in a city I call home. My disease has taken away many things that I used to enjoy and worked hard for. The ordinance is the same. You want to take away seniority. How should I plan my life when I have no idea what shifts or days I'll be working? Who will decide when I can take leave for important family events outside of Alaska? Without seniority, there is no benefit to staying long-term in this job. MS is random and unfair. No one can tell me why I have this disease. Your ordinance is the same. I work hard and hope to be rewarded for it, yet you want to take away all that because a few of you have decided that unions are bad for the city. The city is not in the red, and it hasn't been in a long time. I, as a union member, gave back to the city on several occasions, but apparently that is not good enough. I have committed my life to serving Anchorage. Most of you have no idea what I do. With the exception of one of you, I haven't seen any of you in dispatch to observe a single hour, yet you feel that you know what is best for me. You obviously don't have the best interests of the city and citizens that you serve in mind. I do. I want Anchorage to be a safer place with less crime. I want to get the bad guy. This ordinance is a very bad idea. If it passes, everyone that can retire from APD in the next 2 years will. Those without a real retirement will leave for other departments across the city, or across the country. Who do you think you will get to fill those vacancies? You will get subpar employees in a job that demands excellence. I hope you're prepared for a city that has less than average services for its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Mr. Horniman?
Catherine? I want to thank you for your service, and I know you've had to struggle through, and I appreciate you sharing your personal information. You shouldn't have to, but anyway, shameful that you have to come out here and share this just so you can bring a point across. I think it was a very good analogy.
I just think it was a good analogy. So.
I think it was. But I want to assure you that you made a point, and I've heard it more than one time mentioned that there's financial or fiscal crisis at the municipality, and you made a comment about this budgets of the municipality haven't been in the red for many years. I don't know how many people know this, but our law, our charter says we cannot have a budget that goes in the red. It actually is balanced because it has to by law. I wish every level of government everywhere had that, including our federal government. We wouldn't be facing a problem on Friday. But I just wanted to reassure you that there's these reasonings behind, if you hear financial health and concerns, have nothing to do with our budget. Our budget balances because it has to. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is James Williams. I moved to Anchorage about 6 years ago. I found a community that I wanted to live in and serve. I've done so since I've arrived, first with a nonprofit organization and then with the Anchorage Police Department. I feel this bill is a dramatic departure from what has been working for this city for decades. It seems the bill has been put forward quickly, and there has not been sufficient time to examine the potential impact this could have. I understand that you, the leaders of the city, face difficult decisions, but this is not a decision to be made quickly without public input, considering the impact not only on the city's employees, but also the welfare of the city I serve. I am both happy and proud to serve this city despite the challenges of my profession. One of those challenges includes working with significantly fewer officers than when I started working. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics in 2008, local law enforcement agencies had an average of 2.3 full-time officers per 1,000 citizens. Anchorage currently has approximately 1.2 officers per 1,000. On Friday and Saturday nights, we're understaffed. Furthermore, Anchorage is unique. In almost all other outside cities, there are overlapping jurisdictions, city, county, and state agencies, all overlapping. I'm concerned with the future and the growth of the department. In the academy I attended, approximately 1,700 people applied, 36 were hired. Only about 60% of those made it through all the training. For the academy that graduated in 2012, approximately 1,200 applied. Only 30 of them were hired. About 23 are still employed. Assemblyman Tranny asked if other agencies are going to try to come up here and take our employees. Some of them already have come up here and tried to take our employees. If incentives are taken away from the law enforcement community, you will get less qualified candidates. Already my retirement is not a traditional pension plan, which I could be receiving if I were employed in many other local agencies in the U.S. I feel even if we are able to recruit qualified candidates, employee retention is going to suffer. As a taxpayer, I'm concerned what this will do to the future of the city and the safety of the city. Thanks.
Thank you, Danny. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Meyer. I am a police officer with APD. I'm certainly not a long-term hire. I think I'm coming up on my 18-month mark, so I guess I'm talking from that perspective. Before I worked here, I was actually a police officer in Wisconsin, and as I'm sure many of you know, there are some similarities to what was passed down there in 2011 and the current matter that is being discussed with all you tonight. In Wisconsin, the issues were mostly limited to collective bargaining, and the changes proposed in this ordinance deal with far more than that. I actually think they go so far as to unmake the way that the Anchorage Police Department functions right now towards its employees. When collective bargaining was taken away or limited with the majority of public workers in Wisconsin, I watched as most of the police officers, firefighters, city workers, and teachers in my community retired, changed careers, or found work elsewhere. Before I knew it, I was actually working in a community that was understaffed and unable to provide basic public functions and unable to attract qualified personnel to fill many of the vacancies. I saw the decline of quality of life firsthand. So, being a young officer with a bachelor's degree, I decided to relocate out of the state to wherever I felt the best department was located. I came to APD for many reasons, but part of that was because the pay and benefits that were given to officers and the quality of life here in Anchorage. So I was hired in that recent academy that we were kind of talking about. No sooner had I graduated the academy and completed my FTO program, which is about a 9-month process, that I was told I would likely be laid off at the end of the year unless a solution could be found. I'm glad that was averted at the last minute, towards the end of December, and I was able to enjoy 1 month in January as a normal working officer till the start of this month when I'm back here at these meetings regarding this ordinance. I feel this ordinance does more than just limit the collective bargaining. I mean, we've all heard what everyone thinks it's doing here, but it unmakes the way that APD operates towards its employees. Regarding the seniority system, as a new officer, I work nights and weekends on every holiday from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. It leads to a difficult personal life, to say the least, but as it stands now, I know that after about 5 years, I should be able to start to get some shifts and days off I want. I think this is a fair system because this allows officers with families to finally be home for that Thanksgiving or maybe have an occasional Saturday off to be with the rest of the world. I've been told that if this ordinance passes, I am to expect approximately a 30 or 40% loss in pay and benefits at the expiration of my contract. If this passes, I will take my education experience and the training you have all spent many thousands of dollars and considerable manpower to give me and leave the city for a department that has competitive pay and benefits. I am simply one person but I would not be surprised if the majority of the people I was hired with also felt this way and left. Anchorage will just no longer be competitive if you're in the public sector. And well, I believe you always will be able to find people that want to be police officers. I think the applicants that will hire on with this department will be here. They'll absorb the year-long training program, which comes at a significant expense to taxpayers. And then after a year or two, they'll leave to find a place that offers competitive benefits and probably a better retirement system than I currently enjoy. Probably a place that allows them to bargain for their employment conditions. The citizens of this community will end up with a lower quality of public service at a higher cost due to the constant training of people. Summarizing up, I do think Anchorage is a fantastic town. I moved here for the long haul, and I've seen how something like this ordinance affects the communities once it's passed. All I'm asking is that maybe a little more time is given to this issue to discuss it, seeing as how it affects thousands of tax-paying residents in the city, both the employees and those we serve. That's all I have, and I do appreciate the time.
Thank you, Andrew. We have some questions. Mr. Trombley.
I appreciate you coming down, and your perspective on being in multiple jurisdictions is very valuable to us, or at least to me. But you used the term competitive wage. What would be the definition of a competitive wage? And from your perspective, what aspect of this legislation prevents that from happening?
Well, when you're looking at working with anywhere, but especially the police department, you look at more than just what the hourly rate is. You also work at the cost of living and everything else. And I don't feel that when this is passed, Anchorage is competitive anymore, because with other departments, you'll probably be making reasonably, at the very least, the same amount of money. You will also have retirement and health care benefits. I don't know the hard language in here that's saying where specifically all the cuts are coming from. I'm talking based on the briefs I've received from the union and their legal analysis with that. Certainly if there's a 30 or 40% loss in pay or benefits, or even a 20% loss in benefits, I have that, and then the retirement system that I was hired under, which several other people have talked to you about, is not a pension style program that most of the lower 48 enjoys. What sets this department apart and still allows it to attract qualified people is that they still do at this time offer a pretty competitive pay and benefit package that offsets that retirement. So it's my personal feeling that if that is decreased or substantially taken away from, this no longer becomes a competitive place to attract the most talented and qualified of police officers for the long haul.
I appreciate that. I've had the opportunity to talk with a lot of bargaining units, and one of the questions I've asked, and I'll ask this of you as well, is what specific language would drive a 2040, we've heard several percentage pay cuts?
Mm-hmm. Like I said before.
I know I can help.
Sure.
But I think there's...
You mind if Would that be all right if I step in?
No, that's fine.
In this officer's case, he works swing shift. That's a 3% differential. Our understanding of the current language, it would eliminate that differential. I heard there's opportunities for amendments. So someone help me with the math, and we'll run through it. That's 3. He mentioned he has a bachelor's degree. We currently pay an 8% premium for a college degree at the bachelor's level. That's 8. That's 11. He would also not be eligible for further step increases. He was probably hired at step 2 or 3. He would be eligible for a total of 8 steps. He would lose, he'd get 2 more, take him to 5. He'd lose the top 3 steps, and he wouldn't be eligible for performance pay. Each of the steps is 3, and performance pay is 5. Is that how much is that up to? A lot. But I also understand that there's some amendments that are being considered, but our reading of the contract, of the ordinance currently eliminates those steps. The education pay, the shift differential, and performance pay.
Okay, thank you, Derek. One other question. No, Derek, I appreciate if you'd stay forward. So, from your perspective, for some, I don't know if anybody has, but page 70H, when it says, it is a policy of the municipality that employee pay rates payable pursuant to the terms of a collective bargaining agreement shall be based upon bona fide position requirements and enhanced qualifications which directly affect employee performance in a classification. Now, the way I read that, and again, I guess, is that a section that you would want greater clarification? Because the way I read that is that, let's just say, assume you're K-9 or you're SWAT, or in the case of fire, SWIFT, River Rescue, or you have a boiler certification of your IBEW. I would read that as an enhanced qualification, and that there would be a pay for that. That's a section that you would like to see greater clarification on, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't think we're working through amendments here, but for example, the shift differential, I think that's something that you've heard at least from the police employees, and I'm sure it applies to other bargaining. It's something that's very important to the culture of our organizations. We would like to see further clarification on that. The education issue, I've spoken to other folks individually about it. I'm sure we can talk more about it. But yes, for this officer, I hope I ran through the math quick enough to show how we came to that. I didn't sit down with Officer Meyer and figure out what his pay impact would be. He probably did that on his own. But the current language is ambiguous enough now to where we could see those cuts. And we would look forward to clarification.
Sure, and you and I have had that conversation one-on-one. It's just helpful for the public, and that's the reason I bring it forward, because it's helpful for the public to understand some of the wording that's in here. The way you read it is different from the way I read it, which is different from the administration. And so those are the kind of things that I think are helpful in this discussion to say that's a specific area that needs clarification. So, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Derek, and I appreciate your testimony.
Mr. Attorney.
Sir, thank you for your service to the city. Were you one of the ones that were approached by the troopers when they were trying to harvest our police officers? Because you finished the academy, but I think at that time period there were not the jobs there.
Yes,
you
sir.
approached by the troopers?
Yes, I was approached by the troopers. They tried to recruit me away from the Anchorage Police Department. It was probably like maybe a month or two after I had finished the training program here and was actually kind of being productive as a police officer in my own car.
Would this passage of this item change your impression on Anchorage?
Yes.
The troopers come back again. It's the same PERS 4, but you've got a lot better pay.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you, sir, for your service.
Mr. Holloman.
Yeah, briefly, I asked for your patience. We've been here through the 80s. I'm hopeful that some of my colleagues on the body will understand the actual impact and are starting to grasp this. Because that thing that you just described, this whole loss of and the potential, is built in what is normally negotiated in good faith and fair bargaining at a table. And this particular ordinance, the way it's written, as I interpret it, leaves it to an interpretation of one entity. And if there's a dispute, it goes to the assembly to decide which one is right. And that's not good faith and fair bargaining. And so, thank you for sharing. I hope you stick with us. I don't want to lose you. We spent a lot of money on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Shan Dorr, D-O-R-R. I've been a dedicated employee of the municipality for 20 years. I've resided in Miss Johnston's and Mr. Birch's district in South Anchorage. I earn good benefits and good compensation. Admittedly, I'm speaking on behalf of self-preservation, but I'm also speaking to alert to the degradation of the municipal workforce that will come with the mayor's proposed ordinance. The benefits and compensation I receive were achieved through the collective bargaining process, a process which yields a bilateral outcome. Benefits and compensation correlate directly to the character of the municipal workforce, competent, experienced, and dedicated employees. The objective of the proposed ordinance at its core is to eliminate collective bargaining and the eventual reduction of compensation and benefits. As benefits and compensation are reduced, the nature of the municipal workforce will change. Competent, experienced, and dedicated employees will drift away from the municipality and into the private sector. Without meaningful collective bargaining, employees lose the forum for meaningful communication with management, eventually eroding the dedication of employees. In closing, I urge you, the Assembly, to not approve this ordinance, as it is not in the long-term interest of the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. evening.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Himes, and I am a bus operator with People Mover, and I have a lot of concerns regarding this ordinance when I've tried to understand it and read it and reread it, and then research the Wagner Act and Taft-Hartley and try and make it all make sense and come together. I find that this is not written in the spirit of the law of the Wagner Act. It is basically taking all of the elements of the collective bargaining unit away from the union. And you have to back up and look at, why do you have union labor working for the city? Why was that implemented to begin with? Because with all of your different unions that are represented here, you have talent and know-how, and you know what you're getting when that person shows up to do the job. I think that if you take away the union's power, that you're not going to know what you're getting down the road. I think long-term, you have to look at what you're going to get. I believe each and every one of you are here because you want to make a difference. You're not on the assembly just for a good time and kicks. You want to leave a legacy that is lasting and good. And I do not believe that's going to happen with this ordinance being passed. I think the potential for real harm in the future is great, and that we should heed that and say no. Thank you for your time.
Just 1 second. You were pretty stealth. The clerk and I both missed your name, and I know you did it, but we both missed it.
My name is Sherry Himes, Himes, and I drive for People Mover and love it.
Thank you very much, Sherry.
Thank you.
Hi,
Good evening.
I'm Darrell Bussell, proud 302 member. I work for street maintenance. In April, I'll be there better than 17 years. I'm one of the guys that gets called at 6 a.m. Christmas morning to come up out of the city streets so you people and the other fine people of Anchorage can spend time with their family. I'm the guy that gets home at 6 o'clock on Thanksgiving night and eats cold turkey because I was plowing city streets. I'm nervous. I'm one of the guys that gets home at 7 or 8 o'clock at night because I stayed on a frozen drain to try and unthaw it so your neighbors, somebody else's neighbor's garage doesn't flood. Passing this law is going to hurt a lot of people. When I started with Anchorage, I was making $13 an hour. I make a decent living now. Y'all take that away from me. I'm not going to be able to afford to do nothing anymore, spend time with my grandkids or nothing. Short and sweet, this is a bad idea. I can't believe it was thrown at us the last 15 minutes of one day and not let anybody else talk. And I can't believe y'all are going to ratify it or go through it and change it to the S form or whatever and not let anybody else talk about it again too. And you stand up, sitting up there a while ago and say, you got to lie to people. You don't have to lie to people. Tell them the truth. That's what everybody wants to hear. And everybody else... And the other guy that told Ray Jackson, yeah, shove it to the union workers, we finally got it to him, that was BS. Because I'm the one out there risking my life on the streets with cars going by 40, 50 miles an hour trying to fix a pothole so it doesn't run somebody else's car. One more thing, when are y'all going to hold talks for people that are for this? Because I'd like to come and listen to them. I haven't heard anybody get up here and say how great this is. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Darrell?
Yes.
Just a moment. Mr. Trini?
Sir, we did have one person last night speak in favor of this, so
I
it's
missed
now
it.
1
Dang.
to 100. Thank you for your testimony. You did a great job. Did you cover everything you wanted to say to us?
Excuse me?
Did you get everything out you wanted to say?
Yeah, my mouth's too dry now. I can't think of nothing else.
Mr. Harleman?
For all your service on the streets, because you're right. The people expect to drive down there and not run into a hole, and thank you, because you're the one that's out there. We appreciate it.
Okay. Mr. Harleman?
I just want to say the same thing.
Thanks. Y'all have a good night.
You did fine.
Thank you, Daryl. Good evening.
Evening. My name is Josh Nolder. I'm an Anchorage police officer. I've been with the department for 10 years. I came to Anchorage when I was 5 days old, graduated from East, watched Adam play a little bit of hoops back then. I went to UAA. I used to work in the private sector. I had hundreds of employees and millions of dollars of product within my hands. And then 9/11 happened. My first inclination was to join the military. When my wife said no, she was a military brat and she didn't want that life for our single child at the time. We now have 5. I chose to serve the Anchorage community. I felt a big economic loss at first for several years. I made a lot more money what I was doing beforehand. But it took a couple years and I got back to where I was previously. It is an honor to serve my community, a community I have made an oath to protect and, if need be, sacrifice my life for. I'm a conservative. I voted Republican in every single presidential election since I've been able to vote. Sorry. But why are conservatives in this city against public safety professionals? My father lives in Arizona. He retired several years ago, moved down there. I've noticed something down there. The retirement communities down there of the conservatives that live in these retirement communities, they like their public safety. They buy them new cars, they buy them the new equipment, and they pay them a decent wage. Why is it that conservatives in this city, something I call myself a conservative, not treat public safety as the professionals that they are? Why do I need a union? As a conservative, that's not, for me, I'm pretty young. I don't know the days of, one of our previous speakers talked about the Eisenhower when he talked about unions. As a conservative, I've only known that unions are pretty adversarial with conservatives and vice versa. But I feel I need a union because the truth is, I may arrest, or one of my brothers and sisters may arrest either the mayor's family members or one of the community's family members or assembly's family members. Or another intoxicated department head may berate one of our officers for doing the right thing. Who protects us from the politicians? We are politically vulnerable for doing the right thing, something you paid us to do. And does anyone really believe when this ordinance goes through and it goes bad that the people of this city are going to believe that it was employees that caused it, or was it the politicians? Stop the polarizing of this. Stop the polarizing political rhetoric and lead your city. Lead it. Many have said this is just an overdue rewrite, but the intellectually honest know this is the mayor's attempt to strengthen his ability to break the unions and devastate us in the next contracts. It's a laughable solution to end binding arbitration because the mayor suspects he'll lose, and instead put in the hands of the assembly, who he himself said is responsible for the contracts he now rails against. It's been made mention that there's 600 benefits programs were a product of the. It's been made known that there's 600 different benefits programs. That was a product of the admin. We didn't want 600 different benefit programs, and I certainly don't want a benefit program that's not going to cover the shoulder I've had worked on, the knee I've had worked on, the broken ribs I've had, or the people that have been shot, or the people that have been busted up in cars. And by the way, you get a good deal because cops only live 59 and a half years on average. Because we don't make that next 20 years because of the stresses that we see in our 20 and 30 years.
Sir, I need you to summarize.
I want you to take a moment to think about the future. Tier 4 has had an effect. It will continue to have an effect. And if this goes through, what kind of employees are you going to get from here on out? It's not going to be the top 3%. If you think professional police officers and firemen are expensive, wait to see the litigation from hiring unprofessional employees to replace those of us that will leave. I will leave. I will find money somewhere else, just as many of us could and will. But the city will look back at this proposal as the death of your professional employees. This proposal looks to be an intentionally rushed and is bad policy. Take the time to make it right, sit down with the departments, and work together. Nobody wants you to pass it so we can find out what's in it and the effect it will have.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I realize the crowd has changed out on me entirely here. but I had an agreement with the first group that did a great job of doing it. I encourage you, please, when you applaud, we don't get to hear what's being said, and that's important and crucial to us. So please, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, when you announced that you were conservative, you looked at me and you said, sorry. I have a news flash for you. I represent everyone in this community, including conservatives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson.
all of us,
Mr. Honeman?
Well, I am aware of some people that have essentially arrested someone who's high profile in the community and later found out that their job was no longer there when they came back. And so I do think that there's a level of protection that's not even in this title change at all, but slippery slopes. So thank you for your service and thank you for testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Trini?
Josh, we have a gentleman that comes to almost every assembly meeting that says it's the fluoride that's causing it. So if you want to know what's causing it, it's the fluoride in the water.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello.
You've been most patient.
No more than anybody else. And what he said, and I'm all done. No. Actually, I'll tell you a little about myself. I'm from Eagle River, and I can't remember who my assembly members are.
I used to live out there, but don't anymore. So there's that one down there.
Yeah.
Bill Starr.
Hi.
And may we get your name?
And one
Yes,
on the phone with the dogs.
it's Margie Goodrich, Goodrich.
Thank you, Marge.
I've been in Alaska. I was born here in Juneau when it wasn't a state. I've been here my entire life except for 2 years in the military. I've worked a lot of different jobs. I worked up on the pipeline in the 70s. I've worked for a variety of different union positions. I have worked through a union. I'm currently unemployed. I'm speaking as a person who's very interested in this subject. And to let you know, I have never, ever come to a meeting of this sort. I've never taken a stand on anything in public. And that's how important I feel this is. I hear a lot has been said about the fire department and the police department. And I have to second everything that's been said. I've heard of people who say they will be losing their seniority, their retirements in one form or another, their security. I totally agree. But I also want to ask, how many of you have children or grandchildren? Children or grandchildren living in Anchorage? Okay. I'd like to mention that our teachers and our librarians and those people who do not have such high-profile jobs do immense jobs. I've seen some absolutely horrid teachers and some absolutely gifted teachers, and that will make the entire difference in a child's life. One teacher that motivates a child. And now I'm losing it. And without a stable job, which a union will provide, here's my notes. You have a organization that has someone that's standing up for you. If you don't have someone to stand up for you, you usually get squashed. The original reason for unions was to protect the worker, to have better working conditions, to have safe working conditions. I've seen not equipment operators. I saw a steel worker fall off and into a hole, and that was up in Healy. But because they had a department there, they had to medevac that guy in, and he had to come to Anchorage because he was so badly hurt. I've been in auto accidents, and my son got involved in drugs, and we've had numerous things in the municipality. I know you want me to put...
I need you to summarize.
Well, I will, but I'll get to it.
I need you to get to it sooner rather than later.
Well, I want to have my say here. I've never done this before, and I'm going to have my say.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm not giving this, extending that to anyone else, so I do need you to finish.
At any rate, all of these, I do not want a police department that is corrupted. There's already enough corruption in our city. I no longer can work. There's no longer much of a public transit system in Eagle River, thanks to the mayor's choices. We need to have qualified people. We need to have dedicated people. This is my home. I love this place with all my heart. But people that come up for the pipeline, leave for the pipeline. People that come up for temporary jobs or for jobs that they'll get paid, they'll leave. And they don't have their hearts in it like our own people will, and they have to be compensated well.
Margie, I have to get to questions. Yes. Mr. Honeman.
Margie, it sounds as if you're not currently working, but you own a home in Eagle River area.
I do.
Okay. And I want to thank you for being part of the tax base that does provide for services. So it sounds as if that you're concerned that this ordinance might substantially change how the services are in the city, and by the quality or the employee. Do you have any suggestions on how we should approach this?
I believe that the mayor should step out of it and let the that's kind of a blanket statement, but I think that the people that it is affecting should have a say. I think that their representatives in their unions, which gives you the security, should be given the opportunity to really go through this contract. And I know unions can be a pain, but they do protect everybody. I mean, you don't want some guy from Florida or Washington coming up here and almost knowing the territory when you're in need of his emergency services.
Okay. Thank you, Margie.
Anything else? I would like to say that I appreciate everything you guys do. I know that it's a hard job and it's often probably pretty thankless.
At times.
Yeah.
Thank you. You did well.
Thank you.
But I hope that you do not pass this in the condition that it's in. I hope you give it to
Shredder?
the labor leaders. Yeah, the shredder.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm almost done. The labor leaders, etc. You
Yes.
may have me escorted out, but I will say that...
No, Margie, I don't want to have you escorted out, but I have given you 7 minutes. 3 minutes is what's allowed. So thank you. You did well for your first appearance.
Well,
thank you. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. Thanks everybody for being here, and there's been some really great things said tonight, so I'm going to try to add to it. My name's Deborah Blanchard. I live in Bayshore. I've lived in Anchorage for 33 years. I've been a member of IBW Local 1547 for 28 years and a union rep there for almost 8 years. I represent public and private workers. My membership with the local began when I was hired as a customer service rep for a local utility a very long time ago. From the very beginning of my employment, the board of directors at this utility demonized its union workers. This confused me because I was a young mother just trying to make a decent wage to support my growing family. I didn't feel like a demon. Really, the only reason I took this job was because it had good pay, and I later grew to appreciate my health and pension benefits as well. These were competitive wages and benefits, and it made a long-term employee out of me. I worked there for 21 years. The reason why I had these benefits was because the two parties, the union and the employer, sat down and negotiated the collective bargaining agreement. If things got too sticky, then the negotiations were taken to arbitration for a third-party decision. Typically, if an arbitrator makes a final decision, both parties will lose to some degree. But that's the way it goes. Impasse is really something to be avoided if at all possible. And arbitration can be a relief to both parties if impasse is reached. 28 years later, I'm still confused by the demonization of organized as well as private employees. Sorry. These workers are our friends, family, and neighbors. They are normal, well, most of us anyway, responsible, productive members of this community. Their decent wages, as well as their trips to medical providers, because of their good health care coverage, puts thousands and thousands of dollars into our local economy, and this benefits everyone. I just wanted to add that earlier I said I represent public workers. These are people who work in Cordova and Kodiak. Believe me, these small local governments are paying very, very close attention to what happens here in Anchorage. What union employees get there, the non-union employees also get. So please vote no on AO 37. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Kurt Labonte. I work for Municipal Light and Power in the Technical Services section as the foreman of the substation department. In our department, we construct, operate, and maintain all the high-voltage substations and switchyard the city owns. I've worked for the city for over 18 years. The utility industry brought me to Alaska some 20 years ago because there weren't people available in state with the specialized skill necessary to perform my job. That scenario still exists today. Before the last contract improvements, my managers and I were actively seeking applicants to fill positions vacated through retirements. During this process, we quickly realized that we would not fill positions in state and that we were no longer to offer enough incentive for lower 48 technicians to come north. As a matter of fact, I was told by a number of applicants that they would have to take a pay and benefits cut if they were to hire on. Utilities are typically staffed with highly trained technical staff not found in the private sector. That is what is required to keep safe, reliable power flowing through the city. It is in everyone's best interest that ML&P have the ability to hire technically proficient employees. It is also in everyone's best interest that we maintain an experienced staff that is reliability driven. As in the public safety sector, there are critical areas in an electric utility that need to be staffed 24/7 with dedicated, proficient, experienced personnel. That is what we've done at ML&P. We have gone through years where we lost scores of experienced employees to far more lucrative private sector jobs. We already contract out a large portion of our construction due to limited staffing. If we cannot maintain this experienced core group because of our wage and benefit package, again, falls far below private sector, our ability to provide reliable, safe power will suffer. Don't believe me in this, please. Assembly members, ask your upper-level managers, ask ML&P managers who you pay to understand these things. I can guarantee they will repeat the same things that I'm telling you now. We at ML&P have put together a team where union and management have come together to work at a common goal of making a modern, reliable electric utility. We are well managed and competitively compensated. We are entering into an important period at ML&P where completion of proposed infrastructure upgrades will require our current team to continue to operate at a high level. We will be repowering Anchorage to the tune of several $100 million for new power plant and switchyard. We are working hard to ensure Anchorage will be able to grow and develop into the future, and this takes equipment and people. We pay for these improvements, employees, through the rates paid by our customers, not the tax coffers. We have endured long periods of lean budgets. We have made concessions when the city budgets were tight. We have done these things collectively through bargaining. There is nothing broke with what are we presently doing. Wage cuts and cuts in benefits will cost us dearly. An exodus of experienced employees to the private sector at a time when our best team needs to be in place is a reality if this ordinance passes. I'm almost done. From my humble position, I struggle to see how the city will benefit by punishing the very people it needs to maintain the level of reliable service that Anchorage has come to expect. There's one other thing I want to add, is I keep on hearing the Assembly ask us how we should fix this. Do you break somebody's back and then ask them how to fix it? You guys shouldn't put this out here. and then ask us to fix it. You should put out something that is feasible, or stick with the system you have.
Thank you, Kurt. Kurt? Mr. Trainee?
Sir, not all the Assembly members feel that way, okay?
Yes, I understand that.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
Brief, I'd like just an opportunity to explain. This is a chance for the public to give testimony, whether they're for the ordinance change or a version of it, or they're against it or a version of it.
I understand.
So when I ask the question, I ask it in a sincerity. I'm asking for solutions. I recognize that you see it as probably similar to me, that this was flawed, that this is a problem in ordinance, and there need to be either scrapped and discussed or changed. I have the feeling that someone in this body may want to amend it. I'm asking for suggestions. This is what the dialogue is all about.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly from this side of it, though.
Okay.
Ask us how to fix it.
Okay.
Thank you, Kurt.
I hope you can understand that.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Neumeier. You spell it Neumaier. I'm a resident of Alaska, 37 years. I have been working for Municipal Light and Power as an electrical engineer for the last almost 9 years. Prior to our last contract, which gave us pay increases, ML&P Engineering was a training ground where our engineers stayed 1 to 3 years and then took jobs with other utilities, other engineering firms, and the oil companies, giving them a $30,000 to $60,000 pay raise overnight. Our wages have been published in the paper, but these articles do not tell the whole truth. Our wages are high because we are forced to work overtime. What do I mean by forced? We're loyal to our company, and we have pride in our work. The work is there. It needs to be done. Nobody else can do it, so we stay. We have been underemployed the entire 9 years I have been with the company. As a result of the last contract, our engineers have stayed, but our workload has more than doubled. So many of us, linemen, acting managers, drafters, and others, have worked 50 to 60 hours or more a week, some for more than 2 years. They don't get to see their families very much with those kind of working hours. What are we doing besides designing projects to supply power to new commercial and residential buildings, generating energy, upgrading antiquated transmission lines and substations? We are improving interdepartmental communications, creating new drawing standards, new engineering standards, new construction standards, which are either non-existent or 30 years old and out of date. We are rewriting our special provisions portion of contracts, which controls construction contracts so that ML&P and MOA are not taken advantage of. This is difficult and taxing work that requires constant attention to details. These things we are doing are the foundations of any managed competition. You want managed competition, I urge you to take some time with my boss, who in the last 5 years has been diligently working towards the very processes that will compete effectively and outperform any private company. Remember, private companies must make a profit for short-term investors. ML&P works diligently to keep the rates down, despite the requirements to increase energy production and upgrade outdated infrastructure, and to fulfill Title 21 requirements. And notice I mentioned acting managers. We cannot fill our management non-rep positions because the pay and the benefits are so low. All right, you brought up the fact that...
Joanne, I need you to wrap up.
Okay. You brought up the fact that $20,000 of taxpayers' money is used to tell the public all the pros of this ordinance. I'd love to have $20,000 to tell the public that our wages are not paid by the taxpayers, they're paid by the ratepayers, and that ML&P employees, paid employees, are not working for ML&P, but they're working for MOA and the administration to fix the new SAP program, which, from my understanding, is somewhere in the area of millions of dollars over budget, and that's your $30 million right there. And
Thank you.
That's it.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Mr. Trainee?
Ma'am, it's $28,000, not $20,000. It's a little more than 20.
Oh, well, I don't have that kind of money to...
Neither do I, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you. And you asked for suggestions? My suggestion is not to amend this, to throw it out and go to the negotiating table and ask for what you want.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for your patience.
No problem at all. My name is Mark Patsky. Last name is spelled P-A-T-Z-K-E for the clerk. Good evening. I live in South Anchorage. I work at the Anchorage Police Department. I'm a police officer. I've been there for 5 years. I'm one of the few municipal employees that have worked for the city and borough of Juneau prior to coming to work for the municipality. I've read the ordinance proposed by Mayor Sullivan in Assembly Hall, and I've read the Juneau Labor Relations Law, which is CBJ 4410, if you want to look it up. In short, only 3 of the proposed changes actually mirror the Juneau law. Those changes are the no strike clause, the final decision on collective bargaining contracts are left to the Assembly, and mediation costs are split between the 2 parties. That is where the similarities end. The CBJ does not legislate, CBJ City and Borough of Juneau, does not legislate contracts, it does not legislate pay rates, it does not mandate FLSA language, it does not legislate specialty pay, it does not legislate standard holidays, it does not forbid union business while at work. It does not require that letters of agreement expire with the contract or that past practice cannot be considered when there's a disagreement between labor and management. In short, there's very little in the proposed ordinance that actually mirrors the CBJ Labor Relations Law. The proposed ordinance is legislation to circumvent negotiation. I didn't come to work for the municipality because I was unhappy with my employer. They didn't lose me because I didn't like my boss. He was a nice enough guy. They lost me because the wage and benefit package offered by the municipality exceeded that offered by the CBJ. It was simply an economic decision. The CBJ spent tens of thousands of dollars training me and lost me after 4 years of service. And for the private enterprise people, that's a bad return on investment. However, the municipality actually saved tens of thousands of dollars training me as a result. The municipality saved money by attracting me, the highly skilled and trained employee, by offering me a competitive wage and benefit package that was achieved through good faith collective bargaining. Finally, the move to Anchorage was better for my family for one single reason, and this isn't a swear word, for seniority. I knew that after I reached a certain level of seniority, after I've served the people of Anchorage for a certain number of years, I could establish a relatively stable work schedule. My employment with the CBJ required me to rotate every 4 months, and every 4 months it disrupted my family life substantially. We had to come up with a new schedule, new day-care arrangements, and a new lifestyle. The reason that was is because management simply had little regard for the benefits of the stable work schedule. After over 5 years of service with the municipality, I'm blessed to work a day shift. I still work weekends, I still work holidays, and I don't have any days off with my bride. But I have a little say of when I work, and that results in stability and happiness in my home. We should not model our processes after my prior employer because it's those processes that caused me to leave. The taxpayers of Juneau pay dearly in order to train great employees who ultimately leave for a better compensation package elsewhere. For example, if you go to Juneau Empire right now, you'll see an article about an employee with the police department leaving for the Marysville Police Department. I don't know the reasons, but it's front page news. For those reasons I've listed and many, many more, I encourage you to vote no on the proposed ordinance. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate your patience, but if you don't mind, I'm going to do an at ease for 5 minutes. You may notice all of us get up and go. The clerk never gets to leave, so the clerk needs a short pause. We'll be back, and I swear it will be only 5 minutes.
Debbie. Well,
Yeah.
what did you say, Paul? It's the computers are full, and there's a line all the way down the middle, and it
And
looks
she's
like,
delaying the start.
and we're ready to get started again.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I really, honestly, really want to thank you. I mean, you've been fantastic. It's getting late in the evening. We're all getting a little tired, but I really appreciate the decorum that we've maintained. I know there's been a little excitement and exuberance on occasion, and I certainly understand that, but I do really want to tell you how much I appreciate it. And I want to give you a little bit of a heads up. As we get to 11, we'll finish up testimony this evening, and there'll be a motion made, and I don't want you to get nervous about a motion. What we're going to do is we will be actually making a motion to continue public testimony in a special meeting on AO 37 next Tuesday, and then we will actually close this meeting, and it's necessary for us to do that because we had a lot of items of business that we did last night that I can't actually sign until I close the meeting. So we will be closing our assembly meeting from yesterday, but we are continuing the public testimony at 6 o'clock next Tuesday evening. So don't think there's anything going on. It's just a procedure that we have to do in order for me and the clerk to be able to sign all the ordinances that we did. So with that, thank you for your patience, and please come to the mic.
I wasn't sure if you were saying that we were going to be done here. I was waiting all this time.
No, I wouldn't do that to you.
My name is Donna Monahan, and I was born in Anchorage. Alaska is my home. I've worked as a police clerk for APD for over 15 years. I'm here because I'm proud to work for APD. I'm proud of the officers that I work with. I'm proud of the detectives that I work with. I'm in support, but I think that between a few little, ups and downs and this and that, we all work together as a well-oiled machine, and we work as a team. And I'm also here as a citizen and taxpayer of Anchorage. And I have 3 points that I'll try to make very quickly so that we can get on with them, but I would like to make them. And the first one is a very short history lesson. And history teaches us lessons, and hopefully as a community, we learn those lessons and strive to not make the same mistakes again. We become stronger and more united. Unfortunately, as time passes, sometimes people forget what those lessons were or what the history is. And I'm afraid that some of the folks on our assembly might have short memories or need a history lesson. My father was a miner in Alaska in the 50s. I'm along Alaska. And some of these stories I know because I was a very small child, but my family still talks about it because it was so devastating. He was a coal miner, and they had a union, and even though the work was hard and dangerous, the miners overall were happy. We weren't rich, but we made a decent living, and my parents could take care of their children. They were overall happy because their work environment was the best that it could be for those times. And the reason for that was because the miners had a voice in making that happen. Circumstances dictated that my dad changed locations, and we went to work in a mercury mine in Alaska. This mine did not have union representation, and there was no one to speak for the miners. And because of this, the owners of that mine were able to dictate the work environment, the safety, equipment, wages, with no input or bargaining from the workers. These decisions could be and were based on personality, on race, on money, or family. This created a very serious situation for my family and everybody in that community. People died because of decisions made by the owners totally in the name of profit. Now, I understand that this isn't the 50s anymore, and I'm not trying to... Was that 3 minutes?
It's amazing how quick it goes. Just please summarize for me.
there was not, well, I'm not intimidating that anyone on the Assembly would do anything like that. We have come a long ways, but that is due to unions. That is the historical lessons. Unions keep the market competitive, even for non-union companies. All companies have to be competitive, and they won't be if the bargaining rights go away. Unions are there to represent workers, to safeguard against corruption, and to protect the middle-class working people. It's a slippery slope once you start chipping away at bargaining rights. So I'm asking that you don't have a short memory. Workers need a voice. I'm also asking for more transparency from the municipality. One of the reasons stated for AO 37 is, quote, effective management techniques. And I personally, and I think of a lot of other people, would like to know what the cost is that the taxpayers have spent to implement what may be considered effective management techniques, or better known as Kronos and SAP. That includes software, overtime, the many fixes needed to change different unions to all look the same, to all be square pegs to fit in the square hole that is considered effective management.
Thank you, Donna. Paul?
Just double checking. So you're saying that are you concerns with 3.70 change here? Could you have suggestions that perhaps have you looked at the ordinance to see where all the changes are, and do you have any suggestions about this particular ordinance as it goes? I mean, it was.
Well, my biggest concern, I guess, is that police fighters or officers, firefighters, medics, electricians, everyone that is being represented by the unions is not a one-size-fits-all. You know, each of these city workers are critical, they're professional, and they have a right to bargain for what is required for their expertise.
So fitting everybody under this one ordinance is not a good idea, is what you're saying?
No, and if there are concerns about what, the changes should be, put it on the table.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Good evening.
Good evening. Before my time starts, is it fair to ask questions of the Assembly members as I go through this? In which case, I'd like to waive 5 to 10 seconds of my own 3 minutes for them to answer.
No, when you're doing public testimony, we just need you to do your testimony.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
My name is Jamie Leon. I am a almost 13-year employee of the Anchorage Fire Department, but more importantly, I'm a 46-year resident of Anchorage, Alaska, born and raised, as my daughters will be. That's the plan. Thank you for your time and for everyone here tonight showing up. I'd like to go through, Mr. Trombley, thank you for bringing up specifics in the contract. Seems like you've read it and have an understanding, which is good. Hopefully everyone else behind the table has that, at least a cursory understanding. On the arbitration, I wanted to further add to your comment. Currently, if both parties don't agree, it goes to arbitrator. That arbitrator picks usually what's somewhere in the middle, and that is binding arbitration. Under this 37, that's no longer the case. It does go to an arbitrator, but the arbitrator comes up with an idea, sends that idea back to the bargaining table. If the two teams can't get together, again, the last best officers go to the Assembly. So to say that there's still an arbitrator is true, but it's semi-misleading to people that haven't read it. As far as the definitions go, along with President of ABDEA, Derek, and you had a dialogue. Along with that, there also is in the number 37, the word incentives will no longer be allowed. Those are taken away. And that is just a definition. It's just a word, but depending on how you define that, we could lose the incentive of paramedic EMT 1, 2, and 3, or EMTs 2 and 3, which are increased medical skills which benefit our citizens. So the use of the term, depending on which way you define the incentive, that you could lose all those incentives. I'm sure they apply to other bargaining groups. Bargaining unit rep, there's over a page in this document that dictates how the unions pick their bargaining unit representative, one person. And that's the person that gets to deal with the board. The 3-member panel selected by the mayor, I might add. Additionally, when you go to a bargaining table, it states in this that the bargaining unit member, single, will join negotiations with the mayor's bargaining team. It goes on to list some people that are on the mayor's team. In the spirit of fairness, I'm not quite sure how this can be. I don't even know how that could be introduced. It's pretty amazing that that would stand to reason as common sense. Lastly, well, there's many things in this that worry me. I took 5 hours after it was first introduced and went through it, and I have 7 pages of notes with problems just related to this 33-page document. So I have major concerns, as with many of the others that have spoken tonight. My biggest fear is that there will be a closed S version. I'll wrap it up for you. You do an S version, as you spoke earlier, Chairman Hall, and then behind closed doors, maybe that gets approved, maybe it doesn't. My biggest fear is, along with my 7 pages of concerns, the S version has no public comment, no testimony, nothing to follow through with it. So that document, I'm afraid that will be a mess also. Not that I don't trust you, but the knowledge, well.
Thank you, Jamie. Mr. Trombley has a question.
No, appreciate you engaging. It's very helpful. And I think one of the things that you've illustrated, and to go back to that one section you've mentioned as far as, and it says, the ordinance does say that all extra regular pay based on performance, longevity, by whatever name, including not limited to performance-based incentive pay, and lists some others, says will be eliminated. But then again, it gets down to that clarification aspect, and it seems like you're having the same challenge that a lot of the bargaining units are having, is that while they're getting rid of that, what is proposed and what does remain is that you'll be paid on your bona fide position requirements and enhanced qualifications, which directly affect employee performance in a classification. And it sounds like, what does that mean? And I'll agree with you.
Right.
Probably everyone in here has different theory as to what that means, and I hope, and I'm sure that the administration is going to come out with something that says this is what these classifications, this is what you will be paid and enhanced. This is what will help out, or you'll qualify for. And so, in regards to the bargaining, from the way I see it, is that the example that you gave, as far as it goes to an arbitrator, and then as it stands right now, that arbitrator's position comes to us, and we either say yes or no. And that's not the way. Well, no, not for police and fire. Not for police and fire, can have the option to go to binding arbitration, but for every other bargaining unit, if there's an impasse between the municipality, or I should say between the administration and the bargaining unit, it goes to an arbitrator. That arbitrator's position then comes to us, and then we choose.
Real quick clarification: are you referring to under AO 37?
No, I'm talking about the way it currently is. Under proposed, it seems to me that it eliminates that binding arbitration just for police and fire, and then puts everybody, all bargaining units, on the same par. Now, again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that, but again, it's just another section that absolutely needs more clarity, and I appreciate you bringing that to us. And
well, that brings up my concern as to the closed S version with no public comment or testimony or even vision. As this was posted on the Muni website, when the mayor's ads came out in support of it, it disappeared from the Muni website, so then people couldn't even refer to that document and see what it said. But I would submit to you that that's what the bargaining table is for, is to determine these very same terms with each different work group. Sure. To try and make a cookie-cutter model is dangerous, inefficient, and very ineffective. So I would propose to drop AO 37 at the very minimum. And while you haven't asked a question, Mr. Hohenman, I'm sure you will. At very minimum, this should be tabled forever and a new AO started. Or what would even be better is to let the collective bargaining continue as it is now, and it always has been.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you for being here, Jamie. I'm really glad that you said what you did, because I was going to ask you, I have my notes right here, what do you think about postponing indefinitely, getting rid of this ordinance, and bringing all the stakeholders to the table and talking about the situation and coming to some kind of consensus and having a document that is the right document to bring before this body to act on, just as it was done in 1989 when I was staff to the Assembly. What do you think about that?
Well, I think
Thank
that
you,
is a
Chairman.
fantastic idea. And while I'm not a member of the executive board for Local 1264 anymore, I still talk with those guys. I'm a member, concerned member, and I feel very confident in stating that our union looks forward to working with you on that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, Jamie, but I do want to share with you, in regards to when we get amendments done, and the S version of it is, I do have scheduled on the 8th from 10 to 12 a work session that's open, so it would be nice to have you. You've got a great perspective.
Is that after you've come up with the changes, or
Yes.
is that to introduce the changes?
That will be after we've done the changes. That's where you have the chance then to work with Assembly members to address any concerns you've got that we haven't been able to cover for you. So,
I'll speak with the executive board if they think that's appropriate. I would certainly do that.
okay. Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Penitusi Now, P-E-N-I-T-U-S-I. Now is N-A-U. I'm I'm a union worker, working with People Mover on a maintenance site. And I've been with MOA for 12 years, going on 13 years. And I have to confess, I am I'm not a Democrat, I'm a Republican. But I'm not coming here because of that division between the two, but I'm coming here because of these ordinances, 37, that I disagree with it, and I propose that you don't vote for it. And as I look at it, I was looking at old days, which is a father will work for the family, to support the family, sustain the family, and the mother will stay home. These days, you won't get that because of the wages. In order for the family to survive, they have both husband and wife, they have to go work. Otherwise, they won't going to make it. And these ordinances that I stand together with the union members, and hopefully that you assembly will vote against it. And I hope that you will get rid of it, if you can, to better the service and also to help the men and women works within the city of Anchorage and in Alaska. And I believe most people that are here because of the benefit. And I don't think that these ordinances will support the families. I believe they will put a suffering over the families because of these ordinances. I stand with the union again, and these ordinances will negatively impact our shop, our men and women that works to support the family, to find and keep good employees. I've seen in many years that I work with the municipality of Anchorage that we have a big turnout. All the time that we have, and even now, even today, we have a hard time trying to find the people or hire the people. We have a vacancies over years because of wages. This will create a great impact within the families. which is not going to be benefit the families, but it will be degraded the families.
Thank you, Ben. Mr. Horniman?
Thank you for your comments and your service, and that's actually where I started my career, is right there at the maintenance shop, and just Gray Jackson worked in the admin section at People Mover many years ago. So thank you for your career and your service there, and thanks for your comments.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you for your time.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you? My name is Bob Crockett. I'm an engineer with the fire department. I drive a fire truck. I'm a member of IAFF 1264. The intent of Proposition 37 is to reduce costs. That can all be accomplished under the current code. We're in agreement with fiscal responsibility. At this time, there's not a budget shortfall, only a projection. We don't have fourth quarter reserves from 2012. They haven't been announced. The increase in costs from 2009 to present are negotiable. The increase in medical costs is not the fault of municipal workers. Prop 37 is a change that places executive power on the Assembly and will force them to hire staff and administrative personnel to keep up with the additional work. We're asking you, why didn't you come to us in good faith and negotiate the unforeseen costs? How can you believe that you will have time to do the work? And if in 40 years mayors have managed the municipality, why is this mayor not capable of doing so? The municipal charter has the ability to change without this proposition. It's a lot of negative changes all at once. It's going to cause a lot of outfall, all of which was conducted secretly behind doors at taxpayer expense. And why? To further personal agendas. The purpose of our assembly is to listen and respond in good faith and vote based on constituents' choices. We're asking you to vote no on Proposition 37. Consider each line item in good faith and negotiate. Sweeping changes are a poor representation of what Anchorage needs. The mayor has not followed precedent, hasn't consulted department officials. He has no chance of making a positive impact on services. Anchorage residents have bonded for quality services for municipal employees, and we should expect the same high level of quality from our assembly members. The costs have gone up. We can agree on that. And as assembly members, it's your duty to find the best option, and this is not it. By stacking the vote on the assembly, the public will be negatively impacted by the effects of Prop 37. I understand political differences, but as taxpayers and residents, we deserve fair and equal representation, not a sleazy backroom document at our expense. It's a union-busting tactic used to launch political aspirations. It'll cost thousands of residents loss of earnings, loss of sales, less goods being sold, less services being received. It'll have far-reaching negative effects on our economy. It'll affect property values and sales. It's bad all the way around. I'm asking you to strike this down, go to work, address each item on its own merit, educate yourselves on the issue before you blindly follow the path laid out in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Luana Greybear, Greybear. I was born and raised here in Anchorage and have lived here my whole life. My husband Abraham and I own a home in South Mountain View. I have worked at the Anchorage Police Department for almost 12 years as a 911 call taker and dispatcher. Our job is stressful and at times difficult. We handle our community's emergencies. We hear horrific things every day that we have to deal with in a professional manner. We hear people living through traumatic situations, hysterical callers, sobbing children, people in complete fear for their life on a daily basis. We are there with them, but not physically able to do anything. Even though we aren't dealing with their trauma directly, we experience it emotionally. It is difficult to take call after call and almost never hear the outcome of a situation. I am a 911 call taker and dispatcher because I want to help people, help my community. I want to use these skills and knowledge I was taught. Excuse me. I'm doing the best job I can every time I put on my headset. I don't take my job for granted and value what I contribute to it. I am able to work and provide a home for my family. When I put on my headset and log into that phone or plug into the radio, I know I am making a difference in someone's life. It could be a citizen of Anchorage, an officer over the radio, or my own family. I have a problem with this ordinance because it could negatively affect my seniority for shift scheduling and vacation selection, potentially eliminate all forms of sick leave. Such drastic and immediate changes without any communication or letting us be involved in the process is wrong. My husband and I have 10 children, and yes, I gave birth to them all. That is usually the first question I'm asked after making that statement. I love and care for them dearly. Having a big family, it is very important for me to know what schedule I will be working for several months in a row so we can plan the kids' school activities and time off for subsistence, fishing and gathering. Seniority is used when bidding for shifts and vacations, so that is also important to me so we can plan family time together, including fishing and berry picking to help fill the freezer for the winter. In January 2011, my son got the swine flu and fell seriously ill. He was put on life support for 9 days and had 2 blood transfusions for an infection that spread to his blood. If we didn't have the sick leave we have now, I wouldn't have been able to stay with him in the hospital and care for the rest of my family. I have stayed at the Anchorage Police Department because it's a great department to be a part of. We are making a positive difference in many people's lives. It's rewarding to be a part of something of that caliber and integrity. Let's turn our disagreement into hope for the future. It's not about who is right, who is winning or losing. It's about doing the right thing, preserving the common good of all. This is not a dictatorship. We have a right and duty to be involved. We want to be a part of the democratic process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Laura? Yeah, just a moment. I've got 2 gentlemen in the queue, Mr. Trainee, Mr. Honeman. I think they've got about 10 people left.
Yeah, I just wanted to say.
If we let them go quickly, I think we can get them, since they've been so patient. Yeah, we won't get that for 11. We're done. Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Trainee, Mr. Honeman.
Thanks for sharing your story.
Ma'am, thank you for raising 10 kids. I have 8, so it's always fun with a big family, isn't it?
Yes.
So you're goal setting for Mr. Trainee.
Oh, no. We're not getting there. But big families are good, especially keeping them in this town, and I appreciate the work you do for this town. Because I like to see successive generations growing up and living in Anchorage. Far too often we lose our kids out of state because there aren't jobs. I want the good jobs to stay here so our kids stay here.
Well, my daughter is graduating from West High School this year, and she wants to go to school, come back to also help our community.
Good.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here and giving us this opportunity to hear our voices. My name is Amanda Price. I live in the Kincaid area. I am a property owner, a small business owner, a longtime Alaskan, a mother of 3 children, and a taxpayer in this great community. I am also the proud wife of an Anchorage Police Department patrol officer. He is a veteran of the force, having been there for 10 years. I am a strong supporter of the men and women that are represented by this group as the other unions that are targeted by this ordinance. I have many concerns over the content of this ordinance. Many of those concerns have already been voiced repeatedly. It is my deep and sincere hope that those of you that voted in favor of this ordinance and represent my neighborhood will listen to the voices that are raising, and you will change your vote. Law enforcement is a highly challenging and unrewarding job. All of them acknowledge this, as do you. Read the comments in the Daily News after any incident, and you will get a picture of what our community thinks of our law enforcement officers. We don't want those pictures to also reflect what we think that you think of our law enforcement officers. They put their lives on the line regularly. This is a statement that we hear over and over, and occasionally we forget the impact of it. I do not forget the impact of it. On February 1st, just 4 short weeks ago, I received a call that was only a call I had heard in my nightmares up until that day, and that is the call that I received that indicated that my husband had been in an on-duty collision while running code to the scene of somebody else's emergency. Sorry. The support that I received from the brothers and sisters within the Anchorage Police Department was tremendous. I was notified within less than 10 minutes of impact. I beat his ambulance to the hospital. I can't even count for you how many of our brothers and sisters were there during the time that we were not certain what was going to happen. What I know to be true, not only of that incident, but also of my husband's tenure with the police department, is this is a group of highly skilled, highly trained, very amazing and dedicated group of people, dedicated to the tune that most of us don't even understand. With the changes to benefits and pay scale, health care, I have to wonder, and so should you, what the potential implication for retention. I know for my family, retaining my husband as an employee will be a question that we will have to pursue and have long conversations about if this were to pass. Also, future recruitment. That question and so many others deserve your question. Mr. Trombley, I think, summed it up pretty effectively on several occasions when he indicated that the language specific to binding arbitration could be interpreted in a variety of ways by a variety of different people, and that is simply unacceptable. I'm grateful for this process, and I, like everyone else here, wants my voice to be heard, and I appreciate that you are all here, some of you paying more attention than others, but listening to our voices regardless. I support the men and women who break their backs, who sacrifice their families, who are away from their families for long periods of time, performing life-saving duties and to risk their own, and they do it for you and your families and for me and my families. You should support them too, today and every day, not just when they are rushing to your emergency. I'd like to just end with a quote, source unknown: if you pay with peanuts, you get monkeys. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
I just came to hold her jacket in her purse. No, my name is Nelson Price. Thank you all for seeing me tonight. Thank you for serving and doing what you all do. I don't want to talk about how this is going to affect me job-wise. I want to talk about how this is going to affect me as a citizen and a small business owner in the city of Anchorage. I came here from a city that had a similar ordinance to this, and I can tell you there was privatization done while I was in that job. I was a firefighter in the city of Atlanta, and there was I understand that that said, I guess, in the amendments that that's not going to be the case. But I can tell you that the service that was provided after that privatization plummeted drastically. I lived in this. I don't know if any of you all have gone or lived in a city or town where a similar ordinance to this, and there's no unions, exist. But I can tell you for firsthand, it stinks. It's not fun, and quality of life is not good. I came to Anchorage in 1996 as a person in the Air Force. I left here after being PCS'd out of the state and came back here after experiencing a short time in Atlanta and discovering how great Anchorage was. I would like to keep it that way. I think it's great the way it is. A wise person once told me, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't think this is broken. Obviously, it's been working for decades. I think everybody here is happy. I think my quality of life here is happy. You know, I'm proud to say I'm from the city of Anchorage. I'm proud to raise my family here. I'm proud to be a small business owner within the city. As my wife stated, and this is new to me, that we may be reconsidering our employment here. But I can tell you that I have learned, unfortunately, I have learned in this administration, there's a couple things that you can't take for granted. Your resume and your job security. And that's unfortunate. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Malcolm. Mr. Harleman, did you have a...
Nelson?
Yes, sir.
Officer Price, thank you for your service, and I'm sorry you were injured on duty. I actually stopped by the station that morning, and I heard I think you were responding to an emergency call in and of itself, a car crash with injuries as well. So Godspeed on your recovery real quick. And one last thing don't take for granted is your family. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Come down.
Thank you, Malcolm. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rich Nelson, N-E-L-S-O-N, and I'm not a municipal employee. I'm just here to speak as a member of the community. I am a member of the IBEW. I've been a member for, 35 years, and as a function of that, I've worked around the country under a number of bargaining agreements, and it gendered an interest on my part in the labor management dynamic. And one thing that I have seen historically and personally is that when you remove arbitration from the equation, you're also removing good faith. I can't speak to specifics of the ordinance because I would be talking out of school, since I'm not an employee. However, what it will do is reduce the relationship between the city and its employees to that of two wolves and a sheep discussing what they're going to have for dinner. It's absolutely going to destroy, the positive things that come out of a labor management dynamic. We've got a fantastic city here, and we've got a lot of fantastic employees, and I just hope it doesn't get screwed up, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rich. Good evening.
Good evening. Nice to see you again so soon. My name is Erica McConnell. I had the great pleasure of spending 6 hours with you last night. So, again, good to see you again. I stand up before you tonight to urge you not to support this ordinance. I think the whole ordinance should be tossed out, although I have to say I appreciate the removal of the sexist language. I don't know who to thank for that, but I'm guessing it's someone over there. I would like to address 3 issues tonight, the first being managed competition. I fail to understand why you would want to insert a profit motive into the workforce while bringing on less educated and less qualified workers. If today a class of workers makes $20 an hour, a private firm would need to bid less than that in order to win the contract. Say they bid the positions at $19 an hour. In order for the private firm to make a profit as well as meet overhead and other administrative costs, they would pay their employees significantly less than $19 per hour, maybe $15 an hour. I don't really know what that number would be, but let's say my simplified example is, reasonable. You would be replacing $20 per hour employees with $15 per hour employees. You will get workers with less education and fewer skills. That is not a benefit to the public, and it will not improve public service. The last thing I have to say about managed competition is this. The ordinance says that municipal workers can compete for their jobs. Maybe that's not in the ordinance, but I've certainly heard that. My division's workforce has been cut by 30% in the last 3 years. I couldn't be competing for my job because I'm way too busy doing it. I expect that's true for most people here. Secondly, I'd like to address the issue of tying raises to the average of the consumer price index of the last 5 years. Any mayor has the ability to direct his or her negotiating team to not agree to raises beyond the CPI. This does not need to be put into code. Placing that limit in law will have a chilling effect on the city's ability to attract new quality employees. Would you take a job if you knew that you could never get a raise beyond the cost of living? It's not how the private sector works. And that isn't how the executive branch works. In fact, just yesterday, Mr. Trainee suggested that executive pay be examined, presumably to make sure it's competitive. And that's reasonable. However, if you pass this ordinance, I respectfully request that you add a section that places the same CPI limit to raises on your pay and the executive pay. Thirdly, I would like to speak about those programs that compensate employees for their experience. In my area, which is planning and land use, historical knowledge is vitally important, and having ways to encourage employees who learn our code, our processes, and our community to stick around for a while is a huge benefit to the entire community. Within my years at the city, we've said goodbye to Don Alspa, Tom Nelson, and Mary Autor, and as we also learned yesterday, well, it wasn't the first time, I'll be quick, Don Kiefer leaves tomorrow, and that's only a few that I've mentioned. Today I heard from a longtime employee who now plans to leave as soon as he's eligible, even though he will need to continue working elsewhere. I think politicians have struggled with the appropriate way to appreciate experience as we've seen longevity be replaced with service recognition and be replaced with the PIP program. And I do think there are some problems with the PIP program, but throwing the baby out with the bathwater is not the answer. In closing, I spent my first 9.5 years at the city as a member of AMEA. I am no longer in a union. About 7 months ago, I got a new job, and now I'm a non-rep. I supervise 10 AMEA employees. This sort of ordinance makes me feel just like they feel, like my work is not appreciated or respected, like I am viewed as a greedy money grubber. Maybe that is how some of you see me and my colleagues, but we are not. I strive every single day to give my best, and I'm extremely proud to work for the citizens of Anchorage, and I think also that is the case for everyone in this audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Frank Stanfield, S-T-A-N-F-I-E-L-D. I'm an employee with the Anchorage Police Department. I've been an employee with the police department for over 15 years. One of the things, well, to back up a little bit, I've been in Anchorage for over 30 years. I left briefly to go to college, finished college, didn't have a lot of direction, was actually looking at employment with some federal agencies. It was pointed out to me that at the time that Anchorage Police Department was hiring. Having grown up in Anchorage, having known numerous police officers in Anchorage at the time when I was growing up, I knew it to be a good police department. I also knew, having been out of state, that there were numerous other police departments in the late 90s that were looking to hire a decent employee. Started looking around, the pay and benefits in Anchorage were very attractive. Ultimately, I applied, was hired, and I'm here now. I've worked a variety of jobs in the patrol sector at Anchorage with the police department. I spent about 9 years in patrol. I've worked K-9. Currently, I'm assigned to what's referred to as our special assignment unit. That's one of the unique things that the Anchorage Police Department has, in that we're a unit of 10 guys who the chiefs and the deputy chiefs can direct to handle problems that they need handled, whether it is crime suppression, gang activity, street-level drugs, whatever it is. One of the unique things that our unit brings to the department is the flexibility to be moved around and to handle the problem of the day. The big concern that I see with this ordinance is the fact that there's great potential for a decrease in pay and overall benefit package. What's going to happen 10 years down the road when the city's no longer competitive? I mean, if we decrease our pay with projections talking 20, 30%, we're already not very competitive compared to many departments our size. We go 10 years, 15 years down the road, managing that raise at the CPI, we're not going to be able to attract decent people here to Anchorage, where we've had arguably one of the better departments. We don't have problems with corruption. We don't have problems with graft. We do not have police officers on the take. And if you go talk to police officers on the East Coast, some of that stuff still occurs. I hate to see the working conditions here and the benefit package decrease to the level where we have to go so far afield to attract employees that we have the potential of bringing people here like that. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the opportunity to come in and listen, and have you guys listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Good evening.
Thanks a lot for letting us speak here tonight. I know that that's an option for you guys to have an open floor on some of these discussions, and I do appreciate it. I know it's not easy for any of you to have so many people who are standing out here.
Could we get your name real quick?
My name is Steve Lord. I work for AWW. And I know it's not easy for you guys to face these people because a lot of people here are very displeased with what they've read. It's difficult to look into the future and see what may happen through an ordinance that people are trying to modify, or I can't see in people's hearts. I suppose they're trying to do what they think is best. But I can personally firsthand tell you exactly what's going to happen because it's been happening to me for the last 3 years. The plumbers have not had a contract for 3 years. We've gone without a raise for 4. That's 0 raises. We didn't get the PIP program that a lot of these groups got. We didn't get special recognition from the Begich administration that some of these guys were able to get. We got very little. And you guys continued the non-appreciation from my work group by not okaying the last contract that we had. But yet we still show up. We're called thugs, union thugs, but we still do our job. In fact, I don't know what you guys were doing during the Super Bowl, but I was repairing a water break. And I don't feel very appreciated, to be honest with you. Although I may disagree with a lot of these people, I think the ordinance needs to be changed. It needs to be improved in favor of the employee rather than give the city even more power. My work group has never kept up with the CPI, ever. In the last 13 years, we've probably gone backwards close to 20%. We can't retain people. We are close to 10 positions short just in the area that I work, and we can't keep people because people just don't want the jobs. We had 2 positions open. We had 4 people apply, and only one of them actually knew what he was talking about. This is a dangerous thing to play with. Whatever you guys decide to do, I mean, I'm not you. I can't tell you what to do, but you need to be very careful. Because personally, as I see it, when we went to negotiations, there was three different things that the city and our union did not agree on. One of them was that our field service representatives took on extra work to save the city money, and they were compensated while they did these inspections for 5%. It was, thanks a lot, we appreciate you helping out and saving us money. During this negotiation, it's, you don't deserve the 5%, shut up and do your job. That's the chain of events that happened to us. Secondly, we had a guy hit by a car while he was doing a fire hydrant. It could have killed him. We went before the administration trying to get the way things are paid for when you're on workman's compensation is that you're paid when you can't work because you're injured. He was injured on the job, he gets workman's compensation. But the second he comes back to work, I'll finish up here real quick. The second he comes back to work, he has to use his own leave anytime he needs to go to the doctor. And we tried to say, hey, if he was injured on the job, at least the city should give him some executive leave to do that. The other thing was our wages. We came before this administration and we presented what we thought would be a decent wage package. The mayor wanted to give us 2% and a 2.5% and a 2.5%, but stretched over the 5 years that would cover is 1% per year. Again, we're going backwards. That's all we ever do. We met for the arbitrator and we lost on the field service guys. We lost that in the arbitration. We lost the thing that the guy who was injured on the job has to take his own leave so he can go to the doctor. The only thing that we won on was the wages. The mayor said, no way, we're not doing it. We brought it before you guys, voted it down. We still haven't got anything. And I just want to tell you guys, we don't have binding arbitration, yet we do respond to emergency services. If you got sewage flowing in your house, it's an emergency. I don't care who you are. If you got a water break blowing a hole in the street, it's an emergency. And we're the guys out there doing it, working all night. I just want to tell you, be very careful because we're getting dangerously close to not being able to fill the positions. And it's not going to be our fault that we can't do the job.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Kathy Pefley. It's P-E-F-L-E-Y. Living in Alaska has been my lifelong dream. My husband and I came on vacation in 1998, and we loved it so much I could hardly get him back on the plane. It took us 5 years, but in June 2003, we drove up the Alcan. No jobs, no home, no kids, just a lot of hope. 10 years later, we have 4 teenage kids we adopted out of foster care. We own a home and pay property taxes here in Anchorage. We patronize local businesses, participate in local elections, go dip netting, stay up way too late in the summer. Anchorage is our home. I'm also a municipal worker. I'm a 911 call taker for the Anchorage Police, and chances are I've talked to more than one of you here when you had a very bad day, and I hope I was helpful. It's not easy to work in dispatch. Between the hiring process that includes an in-depth background check, yes, I stole Tic Tacs when I was 5, and a psych eval, and the 10 to 12 months of on-the-job training, many recruits wash out or decide this career is just not for them. There's a huge amount of personal liability. I can be sued and I can be subpoenaed to appear in court, as every call I answer and every instant message I send is recorded and is admissible in court. And I am responsible for figuring out where you are when you can't tell me because you're choking, or you're hiding from a burglar in your home, or fighting for your life, and all I can hear is you screaming for help. It takes an average of 2 years to feel somewhat competent in this job, and many of us have stomach aches on our Mondays, even longer than that. But we love our jobs, and we see the value in serving our community. I have a couple specific issues with this ordinance. This ordinance specifies things that are already addressed in individual union contracts, for instance, holidays. This ordinance says, in essence, all municipal employees will be given the same holidays. This does not sound unreasonable to me, but the proper way to make that happen is to present it during the next negotiations, not to show up at negotiations and say, these existing clauses in your contract, they're changed with or without your consent because management passed an ordinance. Why prohibit consideration of past practice during decision making? This flies in the face of logic. When you're deciding how to discipline your child, don't you consider how you tried before and if it worked or not? When you go to buy a car, don't you consider the vehicles you've owned in the past? Doesn't the Supreme Court carefully consider legal precedent when making decisions about current cases? Who thinks it's a good idea to do away with binding arbitration? I would argue that those unions that work with the municipality that don't have it ought to fight for it now. This is a commonly accepted practice, not only in collective bargaining, but in many other areas like divorces, child custody, civil lawsuits. The idea of an impartial third party making the final decision when two cannot agree is the fundamental basis of our civil justice system. How is it fair to say that if we reach an impasse, the Assembly will decide? The Assembly is made up of elected officials who are obligated to their constituents and ran for office based on platforms designed to showcase their lack of impartiality. Removing binding arbitration from the collective bargaining process creates the illusion of bargaining. Management has the very real option of stalling the process until the Assembly can rubber stamp the municipality's last best offer. I ask the Assembly to reject this ordinance out of hand, and I encourage the mayor to work within the existing process to make positive changes for this community we all love.
Thank you. I'm going to need to announce at this point, and it breaks my heart to do this. I've got time for one more person, and then time to close the meeting. So, you're the man.
Okay. For the record,
and I do apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. We have a drop-dead time. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Richard Tweet. I'm a lifelong resident of this state and a 39-year resident of the municipality of Anchorage. I'm a 36-year member of organized labor, of which the last 22 years has been that of a public employee. I'm currently a rake and file member of Public Employees Local 71 and serve as the union president of this 2,000-plus member organization. I speak in opposition of Assembly Ordinance 2013-37. I feel that this attempt at negotiation by legislation is a direct attack on long-established and effective collective bargaining. This administration's lack of respect for this process and its hard-working public employees has been shown numerous times. For example, the refusal to accept an arbitrator's decision in regard to the plumbers and pipe fitters municipal labor contract, which is currently costing city taxpayers untold dollars in the court system, or the pink slip Christmas present to the municipal Parks and Recs employees during Christmas week of last year. Recent correspondence from a sitting Assembly member indicates that by virtue of being an elected official qualifies him to address specific points of bargaining contentions and impasse, and it continues on. I disagree fully with this. To claim that you are attempting to level the playing field with these municipal groups further shows that you do not have an understanding of what these represented groups actually do. The needs of the police and fire are substantially different from the needs and practices of the operators, which are substantially different from the needs and practices of office employees. If you are going to feel the need to become involved in how much safety gear an employee receives or what brand of boots he gets, you're not serving the people of this city. You should be focusing on promoting Anchorage as an affordable center for commerce and economic development. Your goal should be to build Anchorage from a 4-month boom town and an oil company pass-through to a year-round sustainable economy. With the past practice I have seen by this administration, I can only surmise that the ordinance goal of managed competition is only privatization in disguise. Please show your support rather than disdain for the municipal employees who, no matter how bad you try and hamstring their ability to negotiate a fair contract, continue to do a first-class job for the city. The attempt to hamstring the process through negotiation by legislation indicates this administration's inability to assemble an effective negotiating team. In closing, I would like to paraphrase the popular but very blunt quote, and I will clean it up, of one of the greatest commissioners of labor that Alaska has ever had, Tom Cashin, and say that the municipality of Anchorage shouldn't be a chicken scat place to work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Richard.
I move to continue the public hearing to the special meeting of March 5th to begin at 6 p.m.
Second.
Any objection? Seeing, hearing none, that motion carries.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Any objection? And all of you, I really want to thank you. Jillian, you were marvelous in the way that you did the control. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much.